Calling this hearing to order. For the record, my name is Kenzie Bach. I'm the District 8 Boston City Councilor and also the chair of the Council's Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology. This hearing is being recorded. It's being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. Written comments today may be sent to the committee email at ccc.csit@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all councilors. We'll be taking public testimony at the end of this hearing. If you're here in person and you'd like to sign up, please sign up in the corner. There should be sheets out on the kind of broad step there. If you are looking to testify virtually, you can email Shane Pack at shane.pac@boston.gov for the link, and he'll add your name to the list. Today's hearing is on docket 1188, order for a hearing to discuss the BPPA contract timeline, community process, and priorities. It's sponsored by Councilors Lara and Arroyo, and we're also joined here today by Councilor Baker and Councilor Flynn. So I'm gonna briefly go to my colleagues and Councilor Louis-Jen as well. I'm gonna go to my colleagues for brief opening comments, and then we'll be going to the administration. We're joined here today by Lou Mandarini, Senior Advisor for Labor, and Brianna Milor, Chief of Community Engagement. Before I go to colleagues, I just want to frame a little bit. This is an unusual hearing. We traditionally, I mean, I've only been a councilor for 3 years, but under 3 different mayors, and traditionally the policy was that the mayoral administration didn't come and talk about active contract negotiations. But the Mayor Wu, it was part of her campaign platform that she was going to talk more about this stuff. And it really follows on from a lot of conversations that the council had over the last couple of years about police contracts as policy documents, and recognizing that a lot of policy issues that do concern the council and the city are sort of like, instead of being run through legislation, they're functionally run through contracts. And so even though there's a charter prohibition on the council negotiating contracts, which is why the council can't go back and forth with our collective bargaining units about contractual matters, because of this broader policy interest, we do need to have a public forum where people can talk about these issues. And so that's really what today is meant to create. Like I said, I'm going to go first to my colleagues, and then I'll go to the administration, just flagging for folks that while the administration, I think, is going to talk with us a lot more about this than we have had in the past, there's some distinction between them being able to talk about their priorities at the bargaining table and being able to not being able to literally talk about the exact details of proposals that have been put back and forth across the table. So I just want to flag for colleagues that there will be some distinction there, but we're glad that they're with us. Without further ado, I'll go to Councilor Lara, Councilor Arroyo, and then Councilor Baker, Flynn, and Louis-Jen. Councilor Lara, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everybody for being here today. I first off want to start off by thanking Councilor Bach and my co-sponsor, Councilor Arroyo, for their previous work and leadership on this issue. Among many other things, the contract between the Patrolmen's Association and the city impacts the scope of the Boston Police Department's work, how and when our constituents interact with the department, how officers are disciplined after misconduct, and the city resources necessary to keep the department running. As it currently stands, the only influence that our constituents have over deciding the powers and limitations of those who have legitimate authority to use deadly force in our community is through their city council representatives. And this is why this hearing is so important, because it's one of the only public forums for our constituents to share their vision for the police contract, and a vision that moves us closer to our collective goal of safe and well-resourced communities. I know that the Patrolmen's Association has, in a lot of ways, sensationalized these issues, and I understand that the civilian flagger hearing has left many community members deflated about the possibility of reform. But still, I want to take some time to affirm everyone here and the folks that are watching at home that although the Patrolmen's Association has taken the adversarial posture towards the community and the Boston City Council, there are members of the Boston Police Department who are fighting for reforms, who are working alongside us, and they're also hopeful about where we can go together. Everyone on the council here is committed to maintaining the integrity of the collective bargaining process. So we're here today to hear from the administration along those parameters and limitations, to hear from the administration about the process, timeline, and the community engagement efforts related to the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association contract. We're also here to hear from our constituents and our panelists about the changes that they want to see in the contract. And my hope is that this hearing is going to inform this body as we create policy principles that the Boston City Council should consider and uphold in our decision-making process once the contract is sent to us for approval. I know that this is an emotionally charged issue for civilians and sworn officers alike, but ultimately, this is the uncomfortable work that we have to do. We can't wait to watch as an officer sits his knee on a man's neck for 8 minutes, or until we see one of our officers bragging about running over a protester, to have these conversations. This is work that we have to do on an ongoing basis, all of the time, every day. The analogy that I usually like to use is that we have to treat this like brushing our teeth. It's a practice that we take on and we do it every day because we know that it's necessary for our health. And we don't just stop brushing our teeth because we're uncomfortable with it or because we don't want to do it anymore, because we know that that would be irresponsible. And so my hope is that we can get comfortable with having these conversations, because every time that this comes in front of us, there will be these type of conversations. So thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further comment, and I'll cede the floor to my co-sponsor, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo Councilor Lara and thanking you for your work on this over the last 2 years as well. I think for me, the major aspect of this is that almost all reform that has been put on the table or discussed, in order for it to ever become a reality, forever it's to be officialized, it has to be done through the contract. Much of those reforms, things that even the mayor, I believe, sponsored originally, the idea of an alternate response to certain crimes like homelessness and or folks who are struggling with addiction, similar to the model of Cahoots in Oregon, which has been wildly successful. That would be dictated by contract negotiations and contractual decisions. And so for me, there's sort of four major decisions or four major impact areas or dimensions in which these things fall, which are sort of accountability and transparency, fiscal responsibility and proportionality, compatibility with those new civilian jobs that have been discussed and put on the floor in the past, economic and racial equity. All of those things get dictated by the parameters of that. And so, you know, it's I believe Councilor Bach essentially has said, you know, police contracts are policy documents, and in that way they are. All of the policies, all of the reforms that people have advocated for or spoken about in the last, it's not like it's been connected to just the last 2 years. Many of these reforms have been discussed for decades. Those are all tied into essentially what comes out of this process. And so I'm interested in hearing where the city is on this process, what the city's goals for this process are, what the timelines are, and, you know, being careful to respect our role within this as counselors and collective bargaining, but also just to make sure that on the basis of sort of what was promised during the campaign and also the specific sort of interest to community around those four dimensions of the contract, that there is some public conversation about what the goals are and what the focus is and where we stand on all of those things. And so in order to just jump right into that work, I'm going to cede it there and just thank my co-sponsor and the chair for her work, and other members of this council who have now moved on to other roles who have also lifted up this work. I think this has been decades in the making, getting to having real conversations like this on the council, and so I'm excited to have this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had started by saying how it's conflict for us to insert ourselves into contracts. I know that for sure. When I was here with the printing department, the city council was unable to help us remain open in the printing department. So maybe at some point somebody can answer the question: is why are we able to insert ourselves here now? Is this something that's going to happen? Will it be the fire department next, and public works? Are we, even though we're not supposed to insert ourselves in contracts, is this something of a precedent that, you know, now we're going to insert ourselves, even though it runs contrary to the charter, and I don't expect you to answer that for me now, but maybe at some point along the way, I will get an answer to that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you highlighted, Madam Chair, you know, this is very unusual for the Boston City Council to be engaged now in contract negotiation, weighing in on ongoing labor disputes when both sides are trying to negotiate. So I'm very hesitant at this time to offer my opinion, because there could be an issue as to what impact this hearing would have on the contract itself, and whether this goes to court or not. What role does the city council play, what role does this hearing play in the discussion or negotiation of the contract? So I'm very hesitant to offer my testimony here, because I think it's inappropriate. I'd rather have an opinion from the City of Boston Legal Counsel about what is the role of the City Council on ongoing contracts, and when two sides are sitting at the table, or eventually if it goes to binding arbitration, what impact is this hearing having on the mayor's ability to work closely with the BPPA to get the best contract for the residents of Boston? So I'm concerned, Madam Chair. I'm also concerned that we don't have enough police officers on the streets of Boston. That's a major problem. As a district city councilor, our job is to advocate for resources and more police. And we do that as district councils. I know at large do, but we don't have enough police officers on the streets of Boston. Our resources are stretched thin. Police officers are retiring at an earlier age than usual. That's one issue. Police details. Do you know that we have 300 police officers that do details every day that are on the streets of Boston? Eliminating those details would take 300 police officers off the street. Here's my point. We have to be serious about public safety, and we have to hire 300 to 400 police officers consistently every year for the next 10 years, because police officers are working forced overtime, 16 hours a day. Some police officers are working 24 hours a day, 24-hour shifts a day. So we can say, we need to hire civilian flaggers, but the real issue is bringing more police officers, hiring more police officers on the streets of Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to get into anything relating to the contract, because I think it's highly inappropriate for me to do that as the City Council President, and I'm not going to do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Councilor Louijean, and then we'll go to Councilor Coletta. Councilor Louijean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the members of community, all the members of public safety who are here for this hearing. I think it's incredibly important, as my colleagues have stated, that everything that we do as a city is a reflection of the things that we care about, whether that be a contract being a reflection of what we say we value, our budget being a reflection of of what we value here in the city. So I want to thank Chief Malore and Lou, sorry, just Lou to me, for being here and the incredible work that you're doing, as we know that this is a process that is really led by the executive, but as the legislative body for the city, it's important that we have oversight over what spending looks like. And I think a lot of us, me as a new city councilor, the impasse that we hit during budget season, because a lot of the things that we want to do, like, we're told, oh, that's controlled by that's controlled by the collective bargaining agreement. And so respecting that process, just putting on the floor the things that, we have mentioned and that we care about, including overtime pay, reining that in, really looking at court time, overtime hours. And I think that those are important issues, and I know that the administration is looking at all these issues. I unfortunately have other commitments that were scheduled prior to this hearing, but so I just want to put my questions out on the floor. Just what does a public process for engagement, what has that looked like so far? And it's also my understanding that we're not yet, there's no impasse. The mayor is currently in negotiations and talking to BPPA, but if you could give us a sense of a timeline for what those negotiations look like, I think that would be helpful for community members. And even if you can't address substantively the issues that we've elevated as a Boston City Council, if there are priorities from the mayor's office that you want to share with us, I think that would be helpful for community to know and for us to know as we think about when this comes to us later. So thank you very much for being here, and I look forward to this process.
Thank you, Councillor Louis-Jean. Councillor Coletta?
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my remarks brief. I just want to thank you both for being here today. I want to thank everybody, the advocates for being here, as well as members of the public safety population for being here as well. In 2020, the residents of Boston asked for better accountability of all of us. And I think in order to have sufficient accountability, you need transparency. And I think bringing this to the floor today is an effort to do that, where members of the public can become more educated. I'm not saying that they're not already, but more educated about this process, because largely these conversations happen behind closed doors. And I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to foster that sort of environment, and more sunlight the better, in my opinion. I am looking to learn from this conversation, so just wanted to thank you all again for being here. I also have to leave pretty early as well. I don't have any questions right now, but I'm sure I will once you give your opening statements and your presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Coletta. And I also have an absence letter from Councillor Julia Mejia, which I'll read into the record at the end of the hearing, who's not able to be with us. I think just in the interest of time and knowing we've got lots of folks who want to testify, I'm going to jump straight to the administration without going on a long speech myself. But I would just say that we obviously did, we had a docket about police contracts as policy documents in last session of the council. And so we've had a series of hearings and working sessions on kind of these matters before. The administration participating is new, but I do think obviously like the council does have a history of engaging substantively on these things, and the charter prohibition specifically on the making of contracts by the council. So I just wanted to put that distinction out there. I'm going to go now without further ado to, again, Lou Mandarini, who's the senior advisor to the mayor, and Chief Brianna Milor, Chief of Community Engagement. You guys have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and to the sponsors, additional counselors, as well as the public safety community and advocates and community members. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Brianna Milor, Chief of Community Engagement for the City of Boston. The administration prides itself with centering the community in all of its processes, but specifically the process on engaging constituents regarding public safety, because we know and understand so deeply that impacts the lives and well-beings of all our constituents. By doing this process openly, we're not only engaging residents, we are educating residents to a process that has traditionally been convoluted and opaque. This administration aims to prioritize what we heard during many conversations, like the police commissioner search conversation. Although it wasn't specifically on the police contract negotiations, it did go into detail with community members on the police contract, and them using this as a tool to facilitate police reform. Through that, we had 2 citywide listening sessions, over hundreds of responses, written responses around police reform that was available in 11 different languages. We also held a meeting in the Eagle Room in September 21st, specifically around collective bargaining and educating residents, faith leaders, cultural leaders, neighborhood leaders around this process and their input. From that meeting stemmed many other meetings and conversations because it did spark excitement amongst constituents. Like I mentioned earlier, this process has traditionally been very siloed, and we wanted to make sure that constituents and residents were informed on the process. We also appeared on a media platform called Java with Jimmy on November 17th that has a diverse and wide viewership to make sure we were casting a wide net on informing people on what we are doing, what's going on, to gain insight on the community's thoughts on the process. The police contract is just one way to drive policy change, and we want to see in a city that we all know and love so deeply. We aim to have it is important to note, also, I want to make this clear, it's important to note that community engagement is not just one conversation, it is not just one meeting. It is about building deep trust and strong trust and relationships within community. We aim to have a transparent process, which is why we are here today. This is a part of community engagement. This is a deep part of community engagement, engaging with the counselors, hearing public testimony, and using any and every platform to talk about the mayor's priorities and the values when it comes to the police union contract. So thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Lou.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, Chairwoman Buck and councilors. Thanks for the opportunity to testify in person today, to answer some questions and to have a discussion about the BPPA contract. We've got a presentation that we'll run through about some basic facts about, the negotiation and the process and background. But I would say at the outset, and several others have noted it, that the decision to participate today with live testimony as opposed to sending a communication, it does mark a sea change in the way that our administration is doing work with the council on this issue. We see it, and the presentation will get into it, as a mark of respect for the council and the process. We hope you'll see it that way too. We look forward to a potentially free, open, and detailed discussion about the community process, bargaining process, administration's priorities, and the essential goal, or actually I should say two goals, that we have in everything that we do, which is to drive reform through the collective bargaining agreement, fix the problems that need fixing, and cut a fair deal for our police officers. Those are the two things that drive us in this process. And while we're, present and glad to have the discussion, glad to answer questions, it is important to say at the outset, and I'll be a little bit more prescriptive even than Chairwoman Bach, there are some things that we cannot answer questions about or entertain, and that specifically is proposals that have gone across the table. So there are either proposals that we the city have put across the table, or that the BPPA has put across the table. We don't consider that that is a little bit too close to the prohibition of the council's role, but we want to make it clear that is not meant for at the outset or in response to any questions that councilors ask. That is not meant as a mark of disrespect to the council or to individual councilors and their questions, but that's rather to protect the city's legal position and strategies in bargaining that unfold over a long time. So with that, I'll say thanks again, and we can move on to the presentation and the discussion. So our presentation, which we have done in various other forums, including a meeting with community advocates, has the name Contract Negotiations as Police Reform. And so I think some basic facts about the process and the players and all of that are pretty essential. I think the council has a lot of new members who may or may not have gone through one of these before, so who's who? So we're talking about the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association. That is the largest of four unions that we deal with of sworn officers. BPPA has about 1,600 members. And they represent patrolmen who far and away will be the sworn officers that most people will deal with, most people will ever interact with. And this is also by far the largest union that we bargain with in the police department. So there are 4 unions that we deal with. This is the largest one, as we said, probably somewhere on the order of 4 times as large as the other 3 put together. The other 3 are the Boston Police Superior Officers Federation, Boston Police Detectives Benevolent Society, and the Boston Police Superior Detectives. So,
Lou, if you can just, when you want the next slide, just say
Yeah.
next slide, and then we can, no, it's all right, Ethan can do it. That is the clicker. But you have to point it at that laptop there, not towards us, so, but he can also do it for you if you just say next slide.
and when you say that laptop, which laptop are you speaking of?
This one, I think.
The one behind me, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so we'll move forward. All right, so, let's see. So I mean, basic stuff here that I think is helpful, may be helpful for advocates and counselors may know it, but, so what is a contract in the first place? What is a collective bargaining agreement? So, I mean, this is a contract between the city and a labor organization that governs, wages, hours, and working conditions. So our negotiations with the BPPA are now participating, they're now proceeding in earnest. We've had a number of sessions. There was a long period where we had, obviously, a long interregnum with the pandemic. There were some sessions that happened a couple of years ago. And now we've come back together and had, more sessions over the last several months. There was a process where we were waiting for Commissioner Cox to become the permanent commissioner. So, obviously this is an enormously important thing that we would want him to weigh in on. So our sessions now, are in full swing. And as I said before, our overall mission, is to drive reform through the process, but also cut a fair deal for our officers. So, let's just talk briefly about how the process works and what actually goes on just generally. This is not with respect to, as I said, we're not going to talk about the things that have gone across the table, but let's talk about the things that are in play. So we have 3 subjects of bargaining, 3 different categories of bargaining that take place in this and any other of our city contracts. So there are mandatory subjects of bargaining. That's essentially an endless list of things. It's anything that you would imagine, but basically it's wages, hours, and working conditions. There are prohibited subjects. These are subjects that we can't bargain over, but generally speaking, these are things that violate public policy in some fashion. So you don't see those very often. And then there are permissive subjects. So these are subjects that, generally speaking, again, without going too far in the weeds, these are things that the parties can agree to bargain over if they both agree to do it, or they can refuse. But they are not subjects, and it's going to become an important concept, I'm sure, in the questions. They are not subjects that either party can go to impasse over. So that's a general overview of the subjects. So our negotiations go on. As I said, there were negotiations that took place a couple of administrations ago before the pandemic. There were some sessions. We've come back together. We've had sessions. There's no magic formula to it. I mean, the parties get together and they negotiate as long as they're making progress. Over the years, there have been, contracts that take 15, 20 sessions, and there are contracts that take fewer. So the culmination of that process is when the parties reach an impasse. And that happens in one form with all of the unions that are not police and fire, and then police and fire have a very different process for the culmination of that. So when we reach an impasse with our police and fire negotiations, subject to a process that is provided by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts called the Joint Labor Management Committee. It's a JLMC for short. And the JLMC is a form of binding arbitration. So what happens is that the union can choose a representative, the city can choose a representative, and then we choose a neutral arbitrator. And the arbitrator, there's mediation that goes on, or if that doesn't resolve the dispute, there's a hearing. A hearing can go anywhere from a matter of days to a couple of months. And then the arbitrator will issue a decision, and that is essentially how the dispute or how the labor dispute gets settled. So process-wise at the JLMC, there are 5 issues that each side get. So there's the economic issues, there's the wages, and then there are what I think you would describe as 5 policy issues. So both sides get policy issues that they want to resolve, contract language, that kind of a situation. And so based on that, based on the hearing, the arbitrator will issue a decision. So I think what's important with respect to the JLMC is that this, and this is at least in large measure why we're participating in the way that we are participating in this hearing, because the City Council actually has a very direct role in the JLMC. And I don't know how long many of you have served, but so when a JLMC award is handed down, there's a process, and it's a process that has come back since Proposition 2.5 passed, that the City Council reviews a JLMC award, and it's an analysis about affordability. And I've participated in that as a longtime advisor to the mayor and sort of being around the labor movement for a long time. The process that city councilors face when a JLMC award comes down is kind of a hectic one, because a JLMC award comes down and you're heavily lobbied by labor organizations, and you essentially have to get up to speed in a matter of weeks on what can be 15, 20, 25 bargaining sessions or more than a year of bargaining. And so it's a hectic process. So part of our reason for participating in this today in live testimony is actually to help you do your job should we come to a JLMC, either with the BPPA or with any of our other police unions or our fire service, because the council has a very direct role in it. So I would say that our priorities, generally speaking, and I'll go over these briefly, because this is probably going to end up being most of the substantive questions or comments or that kind of a thing that we'll have in the discussion. So I think it would be better to leave more time for that. But so one of the big issues animating us is controlling overtime, and that is curtailing routine, what we would consider to be routine overtime usage or overtime abuse. So overtime, this is obviously something that affects the budget. It affects neighborhood coverage, and it represents an enormous amount of spending, in the police budget and the city budget in general. So that is a major issue, and I would say that our particular approach to overtime is not necessarily cutting spending, but rather pursuing through the collective bargaining agreement the drivers of overtime. So the underlying reasons why you see routine overtime and controlling the things that we can control. So that's certainly one priority. Another big one for the administration is police detail reform. You heard last month from Chief Franklin Hodge at the hearing on traffic control and civilian flaggers that we feel like we need to do a fairly significant amount of work overhauling the detail system to ensure that large construction projects, large utility projects, projects at, busy arterial intersections have the coverage that they need. So, you will hear, and we will say, that a lot of this conversation has revolved around whether civilian flaggers or civilians can participate in traffic control. But from the standpoint of the administration, there is much more to detail reform than the question of civilian flaggers, although that is certainly part of the discussion. And with that, we move on to discipline. Discipline is the last major area that the administration is interested in pursuing. And from this standpoint, generally, and obviously folks will ask questions, but the overwhelming majority of our police officers are people who go to work every day. They're part of the fabric of their neighborhoods. They do things that we don't ask any of our other public employees to do. And they take pride in their work. They take pride in their city. But the reality is that there is a small number of police officers that, they engage in behavior that does damage to the BPD, it does damage to the city, and frankly, it does damage to the profession. And that is to say, there are people who are officers who probably shouldn't be officers. And we need to bring about the reforms that I think make it easier to, remove people who are not acting in conformance with the trust that we put in them. And that's a significant part of what the administration is pursuing. So that, I think, that's the overall presentation that we've prepared in a skinnier form. And I think with that, we can conclude our portion of talking at you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mandarini and Chief Malor. I'll hold mine questions to the end and go to my colleagues first. So we'll start with Councillor Lara as one of the sponsors. Oh, and I also, sorry, I just want to note that we were joined some time ago by Councillor Aaron Murphy at large as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Chief Malor and to Lou for your presentation. I think that what you've presented here as the administration's priorities seem very much common sense in terms of what we would want to see from a contract between the city and the Patrolmen's Association. I think one of the things that I want to point out specifically around overtime is the use of the word abuse, because I think that oftentimes this question around overtime spending is brought in a different light, and I think it's important to talk, the underlying reasons why we are overspending. And so looking at overtime abuse, looking at civilianizing work, which would free up officers to be on the street instead of doing work that civilians could be doing, and then discipline, which I think is also very common sense, that officers that shouldn't be officers shouldn't be patrolling our communities. And I think that everybody can be in agreement about those three priorities. So thank you so much for bringing them here and presenting them. I have a few questions, and I'm hoping to move through them quickly. My first question is around priorities specifically, and I won't take offense if any of my questions are things that you cannot answer, so please just let me know, say that's not something that we can answer here. You talked a little bit about your priorities. Does the city consider the 10-year residency an important facet in ensuring that community policing is conducted by members of our community?
So let me make sure I understand the question you're asking. Does the administration believe that is a priority that should be protected to guarantee effective community policing?
Yes.
We do.
Thank you. It was publicly stated recently that the city and the union had reached an impasse in the negotiation process, but the administration has said that the negotiations are not yet at an impasse or are not at arbitration. Can you confirm that you are not yet at an impasse and that you are still negotiating in earnest with the Patrolmen's Association?
I think it's a little bit. I think that gets a little bit close to the area that we don't necessarily want to comment on, but we are still in negotiations.
Okay. And this question is for Chief Malore. We haven't ever seen a contract negotiation that hasn't gone to arbitration, at least in my time paying attention, which is almost a couple decades. But there was Mayor Wu made very public promises about how she wanted to handle community engagement. And so you laid out a little bit about what the community engagement process has already looked like. Is there any other kinds of community processes or input that you are expecting to put forth before any contract goes to arbitration? And I know obviously you can't necessarily know, it could go to arbitration tomorrow, but does the administration have any plans to do any further community engagement about the contract negotiations?
So we are definitely still having and open to having conversations with different stakeholders to to make sure community members stay informed on what the process is, because we also do view this process as an educational process, because the union contract is something that has, again, traditionally not been talked to on a public platform like this. So we do want to continue to keep educating residents on what that is. So yeah, we do continue to wish to continue to have conversation, open to have conversations with community members, but there's nothing on the dates or the books right now.
Okay, and I know that you've said that you've done some public listening sessions that weren't specifically around the contract, and so there were some around police reform in the city, and you're kind of been using that information. So respectively, and you've had some private meetings about what the community would like to see. Is there plan for public or private forum in terms of what you're
definitely.
considering?
Yeah, I think this has to be an ongoing conversation, and the administration is one of the priorities of the administration to continue having the conversation around public safety. I think Councilor Arroyo alluded to this alternative response, like it's all kind of connected, and we want to continue to have those conversations publicly.
Thank you, Chief Malore. So in 2013, the city negotiated 2 contracts at a time. You did the 2010, 2013, and the 2013, 2016 contracts together. What is the exact time period for which you are currently negotiating contracts? Are you negotiating 2 at a time? Is it for July 2020 to June 2023? Or are you also negotiating the contract for 2023 to 2026?
We, as an administration, when the mayor came in on November 16th of 2021, had the distinction of every contract in the city being expired. That had never happened before. So we are negotiating contracts that reach back in time, that deal with a period. And the reality of where we are, and it relates to the whole question of the community conversation that we're having, which, frankly, for us is going to be an ongoing, whether we're in contract or negotiating a next contract, the community conversation is one that's going to continue unabated. So right now we're negotiating a contract that reaches back to June 30th of 2020. And, depending on the duration of it, it could be expire 8 months from now, 6 months from now. So, we're digging out of a hole, and that's sort of where we are now. So we're digging out of the hole that we have, rather than looking forward to another 3-year going forward, at least as far as this negotiation goes.
Thank you, Lou. And so to 2023, just to be clear, we're going backwards. And just to clarify about all of the union contracts being expired, they were left that way by the previous administration when the mayor came into office, correct?
I hesitate to take a too adversarial position toward either the immediate prior administration or the one
I more
before
so
that.
want to know if this current administration allowed the contracts to be expired, or if they were like that when we arrived.
No, There was one contract that was in force between the time that the mayor was elected and before she got sworn in, and it actually expired the night before she got sworn in. So on the day of, all of them were expired.
Thank you. Now let's talk about overtime for a little bit. And I know that you can't share details of current negotiations or things that have gone across the table. So my hope is that you'll be able to answer these questions with an analysis of what the current contract looks like instead of talking about that. And I know that that might be a thin line to cross and you might not be able to do that. But I will ask one question before I move on about overtime, because curtailing overtime abuse was one of the priorities that you presented. What are the ways that you think the contract can change, like the current, where are the ways that the current contract could change to rein in overtime? Or what are the issues and the challenges that you see with the current contract when it comes to overtime?
Well, I mean, I think, the fairest answer to that question is that, there are things that you can fix through the collective bargaining agreement that relate to controlling overtime, and things that don't have anything to do with the collective bargaining agreement that relate to controlling overtime. In terms of our priorities, I mean, some of the things that we're taking a look at, one of the big drivers of overtime, and it's one that continues to grow at a level that certainly the administration is not comfortable with, is medical incapacitated unit or injured on duty leave. That's a provision of state law called 111F. It's basically workers' comp for the police and fire service. When we started this process, we had 153 officers who were on 111F for more than a year. And that's the backfilling of that, both on overtime and the backfilling of that on straight time, is a significant cost driver. So, that isn't simply a matter of collective bargaining. I mean, but, there are things you can do in the collective bargaining agreement that relate to controlling that, and then there are things that don't have anything to do with the collective bargaining agreement that relate to controlling that. But, that's a kind of a situation. And then another sort of policy or priority is, something called union release. So union release is when, our unions, and we obviously want our unions to engage in vigorous representation of their members and their workers and members of a bargaining unit. But, union release is a situation where officers are paid, they're paid compensation and benefits for engaging in union activity. But the reality of that is that, when they're on that release, you're backfilling the work that they're doing as police officers. You're either doing that on overtime or you're doing that on straight time. And, putting some guardrails around that, is another way to control, both general police spending, but also overtime spending. Mm-hmm. So, those are the kind of things we're talking about. Those are high priorities for us. So.
Beautiful. And before I cede my time, I just want to make a comment about the 11, what did you say the state law was around the incapacitated officers?
111F.
The 111F is that during the budget process, and just to give credit where credit is due, that was an issue that came up, and the Boston Police Department did outline some changes that they've been making to lower that number, and that it's lowered since the last time that we were reviewing the budget. So just, we are moving in the right direction, but thank you so much for highlighting that, and I will hold my other questions.
Can I add
Yes,
one thing?
please.
I mean, one thing I should say of that, it is in fairness to the workers here that, the things that we're trying to control in the collective bargaining agreement with respect to that, there are things in the agreement and the contract that relate to it, but, there's also plenty of things that just management in general can do to control that don't have anything to do with the workers or the union. And so leaving an impression that, it's all workers or officers that are responsible for that, it's not a fair one. I mean, so the city has a responsibility in, expeditiously helping people retire medically and, sort of doing all the stuff we can to get those officers who are capable of coming back to gainful service to come back. So I do want to say that, that's more than the collective bargaining agreement. So.
Thank you, Lou, for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Lara. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to jump right into some of these questions for you, Mr. Mandarini, just directly. Without getting into the negotiations, the administration's stance on these things, I just want to clarify whether or not, and you can answer it with in whole or in part, whether or not the topic that I bring up is controlled in any way by the contracting process. And when I say in whole, it means that the only way we could ever sort of amend or adjust those policies is through the contract, and or whether parts of that are controlled by the contract but otherwise are not. And so the universalization of body cameras, is that in whole or in part controlled by the contract?
I would say that is in whole controlled by it.
The civilianization of positions within Boston Police Department. So for staff positions within administrative roles within the Boston Police Department, taking those sworn officers and putting them in duties that only sworn officers can cover, but civilianizing those other positions, is that controlled in whole or in part by the contract?
It depends on the function, but I think if we're talking about traffic control, that's in whole.
That's the details, so that's separate and apart. I mean more so, for instance, and I'll get into it in the next round, but there's a department operational audit that was conducted. They talk about the staffing of details themselves. There's an administrative role to that.
Yeah.
That is handled by sworn police officers, is my understanding?
It is.
I'm speaking directly to the civilianization of positions like that aren't details, they're not even on the street. We're talking about office roles within the Boston Police Department. If we were to civilianize that, is that controlled in whole or in part by the contract?
In whole.
Okay, so that's also in whole. The disciplinary process, in terms of how that's conducted, what leads to arbitration, how all those things are conducted, is that controlled in whole or in part by the contract?
In whole.
Okay. Alternative response to nonviolent 911 calls, is that so if we're trying to send up similar to what Mayor Wu put forward, I believe at the time with Councilor Edwards, who's now a state senator, for alternative responses to 911 calls when they're nonviolent. If we were to do that, send social workers or therapists or whatever we're trying to do in that role, is that controlled in whole or in part by the contract?
Well, I mean, I think since that relates to other bargaining units, the fair answer to that would be in part, but there's a very significant part in this contract.
And then details you've already said are in whole.
Yes.
All right. So that takes us to sort of the second thing, which is, to my knowledge, the latest and only real audit we have of the Boston Police Department was done in 2015. It's the most recent in time operational audit review. It was done by the Public Safety Strategies Group, holding it in my hand. Are you aware of that audit?
I am aware of its existence, yes.
Is there an audit that was done any sooner than this one, to your knowledge?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay, me either. So I think we're both right. This is the most recent. And I just want to note, because I've cited from this audit before, and so folks don't get the wrong idea that this was somehow a third party who had no access or was looking from the outside in the acknowledgments of this very publicly accessible audit, they make clear that the command staff participated in meetings and interviews, captains across the department participated in meetings, coordinating tours and ride-alongs, and providing the opportunity for us to view the operations in the districts and specialized units. They thank over 160 officers and sworn personnel for interviews in this process. It was very thorough, and it was very much done in partnership with Commissioner Evans, this audit. And the reason I bring it up is that we've heard about overtime, and that the solution or the cure for the overtime problem is more officers. But what this 2015 audit found is actually quite the opposite. In fact, on page 54 of this audit, it says, what appears to be a practice of generating unnecessary overtime that meets the hours allocated rather than requiring justification of need for the overtime prior to scheduling. And what they're referencing is that at the time of this audit, there were overtime banks that were created and handed out. Essentially, each district captain had a certain amount of overtime hours that they could allocate, and they were allocating those hours, not necessarily with any justification for allocating them, but because they were accessible to them to allocate. And my question to you is, as it stands today in the year 2022, is there still overtime banks? Are we still conducting overtime in a way where they're not justifying the requirement for overtime as much as they are doing it in the way that they were doing it at the time of this audit?
I have no knowledge of that, Counselor.
Okay. The second thing related to that is on page 55, where they actually have a nice chart on page 56 for folks who want to look this up later and look at it, where it says specifically the chart shows that overtime hours by month by year continue to increase despite increasing staff and decreasing crime. And so it would seem to me that what this audit was able to lay out starkly in black and white is that the issue here isn't so much a staffing issue as much as how that staff is sort of handled in the ways in which they handle overtime, which you were talking about, sort of drivers or mechanisms of overtime. And I guess without getting into what offers have been made, what conversations have been made, are there ways within the bargaining of this contract, in terms of what's going to happen with this contract, one way or the other, in which it directly relates to the policies and priorities of how we organize or structure overtime bids and how overtime is done? Or is that something that can be done separate and apart from the contract, just through Boston Police Department command staff and their powers?
It's both.
So it's a combination of both? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so in order to fully address that, it would have to be fully addressed because it's in part by the command staff and in part by the contract. It would require both parts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then on my last part, for at least this round, but in general, you've mentioned something that I've been very aware of, which is the injured leave, or the 111F. I believe last I saw it, the percentage of officers on leave in the city of Boston was something like 12.4% or something like that. Is that accurate? At least as of last year, that's where it was?
That sounds a bit high, but
Yeah, I think it's come down a little.
what's that?
I think it's come down a little. We
Yeah.
had, at the highest point, it was at 270 officers, and I think you're saying it's about 150 something right now.
Well, it was 153 when we started this, when we, in this latest round after the pandemic started, and that number has come down, that number's come down substantially too, so.
And essentially, so that folks understand it, because this is something that I had to have explained to myself, the 111F basically means if you are injured on the job, but you are not, you're not yourself, you are the injured party, you're not in a position where you're ready to retire, you believe that retirement is necessary, we have a set in time, I think it's like 5 years, in which we give them to rehabilitate and to come back to the force. But during that period in time, there's a good faith requirement that they're actually trying to come back, that they're actually trying to make that happen. Is that correct?
Yep.
Is that good faith requirement have any legal implications if it's actually a bad faith requirement? In other words, if you are not actually intending to come back to the force, but you are stretching it, and just so folks who don't know why that would be a case, when you're on 111F, you receive your full salary, correct?
You do.
And when you are retired, disabled, you receive 70% of that salary, untaxed, but 70%.
Mm-hmm.
And so for officers, in some instances, being injured and on leave, but receiving 100% of their salary is worth more than that 70% untaxed. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
And so when you are on 111Fs and you are representing to the department and to the city that you are making a full faith effort to actually come back to the force, is there any legal obligation for that to be true?
Not entirely sure I'm following the question.
So for instance, let's say, just as an aside, that you are both on a 111F and attempting to come back to the force because that's what it requires for you to be on a 111F, right? Mm-hmm. But you are also, say, petitioning the city council for catastrophic injury retirement. Would that, say, be a problem?
I certainly can see how it would be.
Well, you would be basically saying that you're catastrophically injured and you cannot
Yeah.
work. Well, you're also representing to the city that you're making every attempt to come back to work. That
Yeah.
seems like it would be a direct conflict. And so I'm trying to figure out if there's a legal issue with, say, doing that.
I mean, under the hypothetical that you state, I mean, I think there's certainly one could see easily or directly how there would be. I will say that it is sort of getting beyond anything that involves a mandatory subject of bargaining or that kind of a thing. So
My question more so is
yeah.
if it's not part of that. So for instance, if this is, what I'm trying to get to is a 111F requires a good faith effort to return, right? Is there something, is that in any way contractually obligated where there are penalties or some issue for officers who do bad faith. In other words, they're saying they're trying to come back, but then we later find out that they're not actually trying to do that or that they're doing something else. Alternatively, is that controlled by the bargaining of that contract? Are there some state laws involved? Are there city laws? Or is there nothing that stops an officer from saying, I am actually trying to come back while actively not trying to come back?
All of the above, yeah, all of the above. I
So
mean,
they're connected by every single prong of
Yeah,
that.
so I mean, there's, provisions obviously in state law with respect to that behavior that you talk about. There's the disciplinary process in the collective bargaining agreement. Yeah, there's multiple levers that govern that.
I think that's it for me. Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, you guys. Brianna, how are you? Good to see you. Mr. Mandarini, we haven't met, but I hope you're doing okay. Lou, you had started by saying who's who, like with who you're negotiating with. Will you let us know who you are? What is your role with the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, are you a...
So I'm a senior advisor on labor policy to the mayor.
So you're not a city worker? You don't... Are you not a city worker, or are you a contracted employee? Or
I'm a
are you-
contracted employee, yeah.
So you don't really, you're not with the labor relations. So are you negotiating contracts for the city?
I do participate in contract negotiations. I'm not in the city OLR, but
Right,
I'm in the
okay.
mayor's office.
So you sit at the table in negotiations?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And we had talked earlier about the practice of letting contracts run out, where it was a little bit of finger pointing going on. From my experience, I'm in my 36th year in the city. I negotiated my contracts with the print department for 15 years. Under Menino, it was common practice to let every contract in the city run out. We would go for years without contracts. It was a way to not pay people, basically, is what Menino used to like to do. Under Marty Walsh, it got much better. The contracts, I think they were more proactive in their contracts, and with these new administrations, I think there was just a whole bunch of stuff up in the air. And I just say that to let people know what the practice used to be. Menino would let them just all run out and then give you a 0-0-1, so you'd be 6 and 7 years with no raise. That's what Menino used to do. So we talk about, Lou, you had said drive reform through collective bargaining agreement. Can you drill down on that a little bit, like drive reform? Are we like overtime reform? We talked to a little bit. Like, so if overtime is driven by parades and driven by different things like that, like how much do we think we can drive that at the bargaining table when it's sort of a decision that's made from day to day? Like the Royals were here yesterday. How much did that cost us? And you don't need to answer that, but and they're here for a couple days. They're probably going to cost us. I just don't. What other? So is it what we've talked about? Is it civilianization? Is it discipline? When you say discipline, what do you mean by discipline? Like what are we looking at? Discipline. We just approved OPAT and all the new committees that will oversee that. What else are we looking for in particular in our contracts?
Well, I mean, the last part, I think, touches on the sort of specific negotiations, the things that have gone across the table, so I'm going to stay away from that one. But generally speaking, I mean, I think generally speaking on the overtime, let me take that question that you asked. The stuff that we've talked about, so, we believe, tightening up the things in the collective bargaining agreement that relate to injured on duty, those are things that could affect the amount that we spend on overtime. Mm-hmm. But, certainly as a concept, I mean, negotiating over court time, that's something that drives overtime. That's a possibility. The union release time, as we talked about, is something that potentially drives both overtime spending and also straight time spending. So, I think the fair answer to your question is that there's some stuff that you can do in the collective bargaining agreement and some stuff that sort of operational management decisions that drive overtime. So, if you're gonna, if the problem is going to be tackled, it has to be tackled in both parts. So we're doing what we can in the collective bargaining agreement.
Both parts being management and administration.
That's right.
Okay. So if all 4 bargaining units are 2 years in the rear in their contracts. Is that true?
It's closer to 3 than 2.
Closer to 3, okay, so, are we going to impasse? Is this gonna be an arbitrator's award? If you're able to answer that?
Well, I mean, I think, what I would say is that we're balancing 2 things as far as the administration goes, which is, we want to drive the reform that we want to drive, and we want to fix problems that we see as problems that need fixing. And we also want to cut a fair deal to the police. So, I mean, I think the issue becomes, can you do those things across the table, or can you not? And, that sort of determines the question of whether you hit impasse and whether the JLMC gets involved or that kind of a thing. I think, the mayor said, as she was running and she has stood by that she's not going to sign a collective bargaining agreement that doesn't contain fundamental reform. So she hasn't wavered on that. She's not gonna. So
if an arbitrator awards, she's still not going to sign it?
Well, I mean,
Does she have that option? I don't think she has that option,
yeah, no,
does she?
that's when it comes to you guys, so.
Yeah, so we'll have a vote on it. Okay. There was something else I had. I hate getting older, it sucks. Brianna, what is your role in because you're ONS, I believe.
Yeah.
What is your role in this? Are you your neighborhood outreach?
Yeah. So so my role traditionally was called civic engagement. Switched to community engagement because the mayor wanted to make sure there was more support with policymaking when it comes to community and centering that. So my role is making sure when policy reform is happening, that community is at the center of that. So setting up community processes to educate community and create space for community to have input on processes like this. So
Yeah.
that is my role.
Okay, so Lou, if we've been here a year in this new administration, how many, if you're able to answer, how many meetings have you had at the table with the 4 bargaining units? Would they be equal, or are there, do you know? Have you had meetings?
Just the police one?
Yeah, just
We
so
have,
BPPA, how many meetings have you had in the past year?
I think it's 8.
8 meetings, so close to one a month. And is that the same in all 4 units?
It's not, no.
More with BPPA? Or?
Oh, yeah, very definitely. We've had a couple with the detective superiors, and actually have yet to have ones with the Detectives Benevolent or the Superior Officers Federation.
And this may or may not be relevant, but where are we in terms of certifying the security guards, the municipal guys?
We've settled one contract there, and
Certified, so they have powers, because a
a
whole bunch of them were not certified. So basically, if someone comes running through that door and jumps at Erin, they can't take them. They can't stop them. Basically, if I got that right, because they don't have police powers.
Yeah.
Have we squared that away?
We have that in one contract. And last I knew, although I would be glad to get back to your office to verify, I think the other contract was open still, and it had to do with the fact that they were changing the union. They were wanting to decertify from one union and elect another one, and that affected the pace of when we could do the bargaining. So we settled one of those contracts and not the other one.
When you settled it, they were certified, so they now can help Erin if she's being accosted here on the floor?
No, I believe they lost those powers by virtue of state law. So.
Right, but we could certify them. It's on us to certify them, I believe.
Yeah.
And I could have it totally wrong.
Yeah. No, that did not happen in the collective bargaining agreement, in the agreement we settled. But I'd be glad to get back to your office in fuller detail if you'd like.
If we could have a discussion around that, even some sort of email of where the municipal officers are. I know there was a whole bunch of talk, and everybody was on board with getting them a raise, and I don't think they got a very great raise. Are they done with their contract, and how many contracts? The lion's share of contracts, from what I understand, in the city, this isn't just BPPA, are they all settled, most of them now? Public Works, Transportation, SENA?
The last number I had is we were closing in on 70% of the workers under contract from zero when we started. So
Yeah.
we've settled a lot of the big ones, and we're closing in on quite a few now.
So we basically have police and fire left.
Police and fire certainly are the largest segment of what's outstanding. There are some in BPS, there are some in the Health Commission. But as far as the city side goes,
Yeah.
it's police and fire.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Coletta?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I appreciate your approach to this hearing as an educational opportunity, and I like the fact that you highlighted that it is a sea change. And so I just want to say for the record that I see it as a good faith effort to engage the community and engage the council. So I'm very appreciative of you both being here when you could have submitted just written comments. So I'll get into just some comments about the presentation and then get into some baseline questions. I think the themes of the priorities that you outlined are standards that the City of Boston should be exploring anyway, meaning that, number one, any bad actor is held accountable if they're not doing what they should be doing. And two, we're expanding economic opportunities and allowing all Bostonians to share in the economic growth of this city. And there has been a lot of growth. So I appreciate the priorities that you put out there, and I wanted to also put that on record. But getting into the literal baseline questions, teeing up the fact that this will probably be going into an inevitable arbitration, getting into the JLMC process. I have a couple questions. How does the city choose their arbiter? And this could be apparent, this is just not something that I know. Who pays for the neutral arbiter? And who defines the 5 issues for adjudication on behalf of the city?
Well, the parties agree on the neutral. Each side picks their issues. And what was the third?
Who pays?
I guess who defines the 5 issues, and then also how does the city choose their representative, and who is that, and then who pays for the neutral one as well?
So both parties split the cost of the neutral, and they agree on who the neutral is, and then each side picks their 5 issues. So the union will pick 5, the city will pick 5. There are a lot of rules at the JLMC around what constitutes an issue. So it isn't like, an issue, one umbrella thing with 27 subparts. So it is defined, but that's how that process happens.
Okay, and then how does the city choose their person, their arbiter?
I don't know that there is a how.
Okay. Is there somebody that's designated? Is it somebody from OLR? Like, who is the person at the table negotiating on behalf of the city?
It has in the past, it has often been someone from OLR, but
Okay.
That is not always the case.
Okay. Do we happen to know who this is going to be moving forward? Is that something that's been discussed?
We don't.
Okay. Switching to overtime, in my district, I talk often with Captain Bickerton and Captain Chicolo regularly about safety details. I'm thinking of the North Washington Street Bridge, just to protect kids walking home from school. And I'm told there's a shortage, and they're going to have to do mandatory detail. And then I got thinking about, what is the difference between required and voluntary hours? And so I'm wondering if the city, out of the 1.2 million plus overtime hours they worked last year, how many hours were officers told they were required to do so, and how much was voluntary?
I will be glad to get back to your office on that. That sort of goes beyond the scope of what we prepared today, but certainly the issues around coverage of things like the North Washington Street Bridge are very much part of our priorities in terms of ensuring that large projects like that do have the coverage they need.
Okay. And in that request for data, can we just make sure that the city provides a person-by-person breakdown of how many required and voluntary hours each officer did?
Yes,
Okay.
we will respond to you.
Thank you. And then my last question is just about community engagement, Brianna. Chief. Chief Milor. I just want to plug having a meeting in East Boston. I know that you've had many meetings across the city, having it in Spanish.
Definitely.
Okay, and I'm committed to driving turnout to that meeting. So thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, and I have a few questions, but I do want to reiterate what Councilor Baker said. I guess I'm a couple years younger than you, Frank, because I was a teacher in BPS, a proud BTU member for over 2 decades, and we were always working under expired contracts. And when we did renew a contract, it was often almost always already expired or soon to be expired, even when it was passed. So we were always, if we got any raises in those 3 years, it was the retro pay waiting for that check, because you're always kind of trying to catch up. For the 3 priorities that you outlined, I just wanted to ask questions about those. Curbing overtime abuse. What percentage of all overtime worked voluntarily or forced do you consider abuse? And what percentage do you consider necessary? Because I myself do not agree that all overtime that the police is doing. So the way it's worded is making me think that all police overtime is abuse. So what percentage would you consider abused?
We do not, I do not have that analysis at my fingertips, although again, as with some of the other questions, we'll be glad to respond to your office. But
Okay.
I think we would also say that we don't consider all police overtime to be abuse either. So.
Okay. It's just where the word was
Sure.
like right in the slide. So as you know, words matter. So yes. So I was obviously at the civilian flagger hearing, and you had referenced how Commissioner Hodge was there. We did talk about the need of making sure that many of these large construction sites are covered for public safety. But the conversation that I remember was more around adjusting the system that police accept details, and knowing that that had to maybe be tweaked. And this, in my opinion, goes back to the need of, we need to hire a couple hundred more police officers just to get us to a stable staffing level. Because we know, and it was talked about at length at that, and explained in many ways that many police officers are forced to work an overtime, and then if, you know, so we don't need to get into that now, but just want to talk about the need for hiring more police officers so we're not in that case of most of them are being forced. In the discipline, all professions, as we know, I hope, have people, employees that don't do right, and sometimes they act unethically or in some cases even illegally. I think of my profession. Before I became a politician, I was an educator, a teacher, and the Mission Hill School report, you know, brought to light that right here in Boston, under the watch of our BTU and BPS, there were children as young as kindergarten being raped. So I would hope that we don't make an assumption that the Boston police unions hide heinous behavior routinely or accept bad behavior from their employees just willy-nilly. That from my experience, that they do take it seriously. And you working in the labor union world, you know that that's probably one of the hardest things unions have to do when it comes to discipline. But when behavior as bad as some that we've seen, and there have been reports of some police officers who have acted badly, that we do need to address it. But I have never spoken to any police officer, and I've spoken to a lot of them, that accept that behavior or would want to be labeled, just like I would never want to be labeled as an educator in BPS or an administrator who was hiding emails and allowing the behavior happening at Mission School, as just one example. And lastly, I do have 2 questions. Do you think that this hearing is in violation of good faith bargaining? I know that we've touched on it a little, but at the civilian flagger hearing, I know from the chair, she explained that we had police staff as a panelist, but we did not have police union representation as panelists because it was afraid to be in violation. But police officers or, you know, sergeants were able to speak who are also under the contract. So wondering what your take on that is, because the union members who at that meeting, and I felt could have given some better explanations or answers to some of the questions people had. But if it was in violation, obviously we can't. So I'm not asking us to ever have people be in a position they couldn't, but thinking of this hearing now.
So can I ask you, just so I make sure I understand what it is you're asking me, are you asking, so does our role in this or our testimony today constitute a bargaining violation, or is it something that would affect the good faith of the bargaining we're doing at the table?
Yes, that was the question, and I know you've touched on it already, so you've kind of answered it, but thinking to the last hearing we had with the civilian flaggers, that, that they could give public testimony but weren't able to be panelists because there could have been a violation with the,
I see. I don't think so, but then we've also tried, scrupulously to stay away from anything that constitutes a proposal that went across the table or anything that comes close to it. So, no, I don't think there is a violation.
Thank you. And my last question, if you could give some specifics about the court reform, that would be helpful to me.
That again touches on things that potentially go across the table in terms of bargaining proposals. But I would say, and it's an issue that, not with respect to these negotiations, but or any other specific negotiations, but I think the sort of mandatory overtime associated with court appearances is certainly something that has received an awful lot of attention and could well be a priority for the administration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Mr. Mandarini, a couple of questions, comments for you, and I think the result of our council work on this front in the prior session was a lengthy memo that I took pains to sort of put together. So I know I've put a lot of my thoughts on the policy contract on the record, and I know you've seen those, so I'm not going to try to recap all of them. I think that, and I also do want to stay away from asking about proposals, so I think just one point that I really wanted to stress more than ask about was the last one that you mentioned, the discipline. I think we found that in the last 13 years, 3/4 of BPD major discipline and about 1/3 of firings have been overturned by binding arbitration. And when I went in to try to figure out what had happened, learned that, when you go back to the 1979 contract, we explicitly at that time pulled issues where an officer had really committed a use of force violation, and the police commissioner in their wisdom was deciding that they really couldn't continue to be a police officer. We had pulled that out of a grievance and arbitration track that could lead to a binding arbitrator's decision under the theory that that police commissioner really needed to have that ability. But then I think by the 97 contract, it had gone into that. And so that's put us in a position, and a lot of them are kind of famous stories at this point, including a case that went all the way to the Supreme Judicial Court, where they basically said, yeah, we'd love to be able to pull this out of binding arbitration, but you guys put it there in the contract. I'm deeply concerned about the ability for our new civilian review board to actually function the way that it's supposed to if we don't make some kind of contract progress on that discipline, particularly major discipline and discharge front. So that's sort of really to punctuate that point. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say on that without asking about specific proposals.
I mean, all of what you said is certainly relevant in the formation of our priorities and informs what we're doing. So beyond that, I think we would get too close to talking about actual proposals. So
that's fair. And and on details, I just want to stress that for me, there's really a life safety concern with how many of these, and particularly like Councilor Coletta, I've got in my district some of the ones that I think need to be high priority, but we aren't currently able to tier them. I've got an intersection in my district where a pedestrian was killed in May. It was not during a construction project, but there's now a construction project at that intersection. So something that we've already ID'd as a Vision Zero major priority intersection has big trucks coming in and out with pedestrians crossing all the time. This is at Blossom and Cambridge. It's at the large new MGH project, and those details have been going unfilled, including at night. And I happen to have a bunch of senior low-income residents who have windows watching it and keep reporting to us close calls that they're seeing. And I just really want to stress that, we've been talking a bit about details and who fills them and the public safety implications of who fills them. But I just really want to stress that this third to a half of details going unfilled, especially these high-tier, really important ones, can have a real life safety impact too. So I just want to stress that I think the status quo where we are right now with so many going unfilled, we just have to change.
Certainly the administration would agree, and that's why we're pursuing that as one of our chief priorities, and one of the things we hope to achieve. I would say much of the discussion has revolved around civilian flaggers, but the whole reform of the detail system to make sure we have a detail system that works, as you talk about, is more general than that, and it also is the kind of a situation that involves other reforms and sort of pursuing all the tools in the toolbox to make sure that we have a detail system that works and that the projects we need covered are covered. I should say too, it's beyond projects. I mean, certainly banks and bars and clubs and all kinds of things are subject to the detail system. So, prioritization is something that's been talked about for a long time. The potential of other non-sworn officers to perform details. I mean, these are all tools that we think constitute common sense reform and a detail system that works. So we stand four square behind that, and we're pursuing it.
Yeah, and I think that sort of is a bridge to the other comment I wanted to make, which is I think Councilor Arroyo referenced sort of what are positions that could potentially be done by civilians that are being done by sworn officers. And my recollection is, I think in a presentation the department offered us in July 2020, there was a reference to a sort of long-term goal of civilianizing about 80 to 100 desk jobs. And of those, I think 32 of them are sworn officers who run our highly decentralized detail system today. And I just want to stress that, to me, again, this is actually about respecting our police officers and their specialized training. I think, there are real things that only a police officer can do. Managing the spreadsheets of who is covering which detail and who's had the chance to bid on them and all of that, it strikes me as not work that you have to have all of the specialized training that we invest in our police officers to do. So I just want to stress that things like that, things like the supervision of the dispatch system, there are certainly, I'm sure, roles within that where the sort of knowledge that a sworn officer brings is important. But again, would really love to have our sworn staff out on the streets doing police work. And I'll just echo, it wasn't amongst your three issues for our presentation. Just want to stress the fact that I think this council, including the mayor herself as a councilor, was very clear last session about our interest in some unarmed response to certain types of 911 calls. There's obviously a kind of pilot visioning process that's been going on that we're expecting a report out about from quite soon. And one of the concerns I have had is that we will get that report and have a vision of a way that we could respond to some other calls, and then find that we've precluded ourselves from doing it because of the level of specificity in the contract about how dispatch needs to be run. So I wanted to raise that as another issue. I don't know if you had anything to say on the dispatch front.
I don't, although what I will say, and it's sort of more of a general point, these are the priorities that we've talked about and that we're pursuing here, but understand, if you will, both with respect to the BPPA and the other sworn unions, there are a lot of things we want to fix, and it's going to take more than one collective bargaining agreement to do it. So, even if we can't, tackle everything now, I mean, we're certainly aware of the things that we need to do, and the administration is committed to fixing problems through collective bargaining. That is the business we're in. So even if it wasn't something that we necessarily talked about in this presentation, we're aware that there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say, I think that to some extent what might be opaque to the public, but it's kind of interesting is, you hear counselors talking about how we need to hire a lot more police officers. And you also hear counselors talking about how we need to civilianize some of the roles being done by sworn, like I was just saying, and get injured duty folks either medically retired if that's the appropriate route or back on the force. I think it's important to understand those are two sides of the same coin. So, when we talk about 150, officers out on injured leave, if we cut that by 100, and if the 100 sworn officers who are currently doing desk jobs were instead doing like police officer work, that's 200 more officers back in that role. So in some sense, I want to just acknowledge that I think lots of colleagues are talking about the same problem, which is, seeing way too many of our officers get into those 90-hour work weeks, which I just think are, corrosive to anyone's health, and seeing these really escalated costs on overtime. That's the thing, is like a huge proportion of overtime. It's about 20 million, I think, a year, replacing like 100 officers on medical injury with because what happens is we replace them, but we replace them with people who then their hours count as overtime hours instead of regular hours. So it just, and that to me is one of the sort of structural things we got to solve, along with looking at places where we're doing routine overtime. If somebody's going in mostly in the daytime to do overtime and then their shifts at night, like, should we be reversing what's the overtime and what's the day? I think there's a lot of questions that were raised last session about the best way to set things up on that front. But I just want to stress that I think in a lot of ways everybody sees some of the same issues. It's just a question of how to address them, and how to address them in ways that are fiscally responsible for the residents of Boston. I'll close my own comments because I'm just running out of the time I gave everybody else, just by saying that, you made reference to the fact that the council, if there is a JLMC award, is the ones that have to decide to fund it and have to look at the fiscal responsibility of it. And the reality is that when that last came to the council in 2016, there was a letter from the whole council. This was on the detectives contract that basically said, we don't feel comfortable with this in terms of the wedge that it's driving between sworn compensation versus civilian compensation, which is already a really big difference in the city of Boston, and overall affordability. But because of the pattern that had been set with other unions, they felt like they had to give it to the detectives. But there was a unanimous letter by everyone on the council saying, we can't keep doing it this way. And I just really want to stress that, I don't think there's any world in which it's going to make sense for the council to support the funding of a contract that doesn't deliver reforms, because I think there's no way that there isn't going to be real fiscal concerns. Again, we already have had those in the prior decade, and costs have risen since then. So I just think that that's why I'm glad we're having this conversation, precisely so that we're not having it for the first time when we're rushed in. But I think it's important for the public and for the parties at the table to sort of be aware that the weather system, as it were, in which this is being negotiated, has to be a kind of weather system of reform. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I will briefly go to colleagues. I gave everybody 10 minutes, just so you know. That first beep was at 8, and then I gave everyone another 2. If you have, so on a much shorter, not another 10 minutes, I see Councilor Fernandez-Anderson has joined, so I will give her a sort of first round set of questions, and then if colleagues can just think about, okay, you're all right for it, okay. So if anybody here has just a couple of minutes of a follow-up that you thought of since you went, but I really do want to both let our administration panelists go, but also hear from our advocate panelists who've been waiting patiently, especially as we got started late. So I'll go just see if Councilor Lara has any second round follow-ups.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I have Councilor Arroyo's time? I have 4 questions, if that is helpful.
Just go ahead.
Thank you. So the first one that I have is for Chief Malloran. It's one that I didn't get in my first round. You talked a little bit about the public process that you've already gone through. Can you share with us what part of that public feedback has informed your priority? Mostly, can you talk a little bit about what you heard in the public process that is reflected in your priorities, and if there is anything that you heard that is not reflected in the priorities, like what stuck out the most that the public was looking for?
Yeah, I think if I could mention the two things that really came across during the community dialogues was one, the fact, of course, civilizing certain roles has been the focal point for a lot of the community members and advocates, and seeing what roles or what roles or capabilities can be civilianized and what does that look like. So that was like one of them, and then the other one I would say, and if Lou wants to chime in, because he was a part of the community processes too, but that one, and I would say the disciplinary piece, making sure officers that shouldn't be officers are off of the street, and how does that work? So I would say those are the two things.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, that was overwhelmingly what we heard.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. Mandarini, in the questions that Councilor Arroyo asked, you stated that 911 calls or alternative 911's process is in part controlled by the process. Could you, is there any way that the city could create an alternative 911, like alternative to 911 process outside of the contract, or what part of the, what part of it is in part in the contract and what part of it is outside?
Well, my in part related to the fact that, you know, a significant part of that relates to the work that our EMTs at the Health Commission do and that kind of a thing. So there are a lot
Other
of pieces of
involved
that.
parties.
So I mean, that was more what I meant.
Okay. That's fine.
In regard to that.
Thank you. And you talked a little bit about if you're successful in reining in what you've identified as the drivers of overtime abuse, not just overtime, obviously, because we know that we need to be doing overtime. How much potentially do you think that it could save the city in overtime? And I think just for context for the public and for the record, the overtime budget is about $44 million right now. We know that the Boston Police Department every year goes over the overtime budget because of necessity or otherwise, and they're working about 1 to 1.2 million hours of overtime. And so if you're successful in reining in these drivers, ballpark, how much do you think this could save the city?
Well, I mean, one of the statistics that are you know, the data folks have prepared for us in the process of these negotiations. I mean, the overtime that's associated with backfilling, you know, for medical illness leave, you know, which has shot up over the last decade, is approximately 11 million. Now, we're not going to solve that whole thing through the collective bargaining agreement, because as we say, that has a lot to do with management decisions. That has a lot to do with the capacity of the city to medically retire people. That has a lot to do with what we're doing in the collective bargaining agreement. But, you know, it's a significant pool that we hope to take a real run at. So.
Thank you. And my last question is about the budget implications of the contract negotiations. And so when there is an agreement on the contract, will the city council and the public be told, one, how much the contract is going to add retroactively to the 2021 and 2020, like the 2021 and 2022 police budgets and the overtime payments? And will you also let us know how much the contract will decrease or increase from the $395 million budget that we have right now?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Councilor Arroyo?
Thank you. I just want to correct one thing, which is that last year's overtime was, I believe, $72 million, not in the 40s. But in terms of a couple things that came up, one of them was hinted at or more fully expressed, which is disciplinary actions, which is controlled by the, I believe it was Councilor Bach who brought that up, is controlled in large part by what the contract says. And the last data that I saw on this was in a 2020 article or 2021 article by WVUR that was titled, "How Should We Reform the Police? Get Bad Cops Off the Street?" And the number that they have is 72% of disciplinary actions taken against Boston police officers are overturned. And so that's almost 3 in 4, which leads to a second issue, I would think, which is if I'm a police commissioner and 3 in 4 of my disciplinary decisions are overturned, probably makes it harder for me to move forward on discipline. And so the bar starts to raise as to when and where I'm going to actually begin to discipline folks. And so you actually end up with a chilling effect on accountability. And so I guess my question would be, without speaking about specifics about where and what has been discussed or where and what will be discussed or any of those things, is it the understanding of the administration that when it comes to this issue, which is 72 or 3/4 of officers being returned, that is wholly controlled by what takes place in these negotiations and these contracts?
I think wholly is a strong word there. I mean, the grievance and arbitration process governs that, but that has an awful lot to do with management and the way that management deploys itself, because the bedrock of every collective bargaining agreement, whether it's a police contract or the contract at Age Strong or the contract for animal control officers or the BTU, is a concept called just cause. And just cause says that similar offenses will be treated similarly. Penalties will be similar. Employees will receive notice of a rule. Employees will receive notice of offensive conduct that could lead to discipline. And one of the issues that goes on here is that if somebody gets a 3-day suspension while somebody else gets 6 weeks, and it ends up in front of an arbitrator, and there's no real defensible reason why people are treated so divergently, that is going to lead to discipline being overturned or reduced. So there's a heavy management function here. I mean, I want to be clear, the collective bargaining agreement has a lot to do with it, but having a sort of a competent, streamlined, uniform, thought-out system of discipline is the biggest piece of it.
And I guess one of the questions to that, to what you just mentioned is there a way, and again, staying away from what has been spoken on or what will be or whatever, is there a way to articulate within that contract what penalties are attributed to offenses, specific offenses? So in other words, you just said 6 days might be a precedent, but if you wrote in a contract that this conduct would be met with this penalty, would that overtake sort of that issue of disparity, because it's clearly written now that this is how this offense is treated?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are, it's a complex question, but, this touches on, and certainly touches on the work that OPAT is doing. This is the concept of a discipline matrix. That's been talked about a lot. And a discipline matrix is, depending on where you are, the discipline matrices can sometimes live in a collective bargaining agreement, or they can live outside of a collective bargaining agreement. But that goes directly to the question you're asking. That is an offense. This offense will be treated similarly. It will receive this penalty. That kind of thing, whether it lives in a collective bargaining agreement or it lives outside, enables you to sustain review of discipline. It's either it is a guidepost that command staff lives by, or it is binding in a collective bargaining agreement. So that's a long way of answering your question with yes, there are ways to do that.
And then just on this final part, I know people have asked you guys to bring back information. Is there a way for you to bring us up-to-date information on this statistic itself, how many disciplinary actions have been overturned by arbitration, what that number is and what that number looks like? Is there a way for you to bring us that, whether that's with identifying or non-identifying information, whatever it requires for legality? I don't think it has to be identifying, but that just the statistics on that.
Let me think through the process and the legalities of that, but we'll get back in touch with you.
Perfect. And then I would just the final piece to this, because it came up about voluntary, involuntary. I think 2021 we had a hearing with the Boston Police Department where I asked the question what the numbers were on voluntary and involuntary hours, and I believe at that time it was well over 80% of overtime was voluntary at that time. I don't know what the current numbers are, but I would be interested as well in seeing what that looks like. But I would just state that one of the issues here, because it keeps coming up, is the idea that we need more officers to fill voluntary overtime through details, as opposed to, say, lifting the sworn police officer requirement so that it can be opened up to civilianization. And I guess ultimately what that comes down to, because I hear, we get into this conversation about whether or not folks are doing forced or unforced overtime, and I think there is absolutely officers on the force doing forced required overtime that is happening. And I think there are unhealthy hours that do get worked on the police force as we speak right now. But the argument that we need to keep voluntary overtime as we talk about this issue, so more overtime is good in this capacity, but not in this capacity, is a confusing argument to me if we can open up the door to more consistent hours while also allowing, say, an option for sworn personnel in that role. But ultimately, the question for you is that detailed process, is everything we are talking about when it comes to details wholly controlled by these contract negotiations?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Councilor Murphy?
And thank you, Commissioner, what do we say, the chair here, Brianna Malor, for being here, and I do appreciate that the community input is important, and I have seen you at many well-attended community meetings across the city to listen, not just to speak, but to listen and bring that back to this, to the city and to the mayor. But my question would be, because we're talking about getting police reforms in this contract, and does the city acknowledge that these reforms will cost money? And my question would be, has the city gained any reforms during negotiations with other groups like BTU in any of the contracts that you have settled since you started?
Oh, yes, very definitely.
So they've received, like, what cost to the city have we spent for the reforms? And if you could be specific maybe to BTU.
I don't have the cost of that contract. Again, that's something we can respond to in your office. The cost of those contracts, and that actually came before the council too. The BTU contract was passed. I think it was in late October. But yeah, I mean, we've won. I mean, whether the school bus drivers down to other contracts that we've negotiated, the BTU. Yeah, I mean, we've won what we would consider to be significant amounts of reform.
Right. So I would, through the chair, ask that we get the cost analysis of what it cost us and what those reforms were for past contracts. That would be helpful.
When you say past contracts, you mean the ones we
Well, the
settled
ones
just
since,
now?
exactly.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
ones, yeah.
Yep, we understand.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reserve my time. I came in late, just listening, and I'll ask questions for the next panelists.
Great, thank you so much. All right, well, I think that I am very mindful of the advocate panel that we have waiting, and definitely, a purpose of this hearing was for us to hear from you and have this understanding for the council of how the administration is approaching the collective bargaining process, but also, as has been alluded to, a part of the purpose of this hearing is to hear from community and make sure that we're creating a public forum for folks to talk about some of their visions for ways that policy intertwines with the police contract, maybe in line with some of the things that you've heard in your own meetings. So just really want to express my thanks to you all for coming before us today. Happy to let you, if you want to say any closing words, but then otherwise we'll go on to the next panel. And then just again to emphasize the fact, I think that the policy issues that are implicated in the police contract are ones that not just the mayor, but pretty much all of us in the council have talked about in various contexts in our own, electoral campaigns. And so I do think that we hope, even though this doesn't sit in the council's hands when it comes to the bargaining table, that you will keep pursuing it in a kind of exactly what you said, Mr. Mandarini, both how do we achieve reforms and have a fair deal for our police officers as workers for the city.
Yep. Well, thank you for the opportunity again today. And actually, as part of the commitment we've made to the public process, or the commitment that the mayor made, I'm definitely going to stay and listen to the advocate panels so that, that can help shape what we do going forward. So.
Great, thank you so much. And also, Councilor Royal will be back in a moment, but he just wanted to express his thanks to you. And I know Councilor Lara just said the same, so I just want to make sure you have our thanks. And now I want to call down the next panel, which is we've got Fatima Ahmed from the Muslim Justice League, Khalil Howe from Youth Justice and Power Union, and then Mallory Honora and Sashi James representing Families for Justice's Healing. If you can just come down and sit in this same front row here, that would be fantastic. And I'll just remind folks, I've got a number of public testimony signups here and also on Zoom. But if you are in the room and you didn't sign up yet and you are going to want to testify, if you can just sign up on the sheets in the corner. Or if you are watching at home, you can email shane.pac@boston.gov. That's shane.pac@boston.gov. And Shane will make sure you get the info for Zoom testifying. All right. And thank you to you all for your patience. We will go first to Fatima Ahmed.
Thanks. So glad to be here. Really exciting to have a hearing like this for the first time, and really appreciate the last panel and that they're staying to listen to what we have to say. I know that some of you on the council are probably tired of hearing from me about some of these things because we have been talking about it year after year, but I think that this is a significant moment with this new administration taking a very different public approach to contract negotiations. And I think the thing that we want to reiterate from years past is that, year after year, community demands have come up in this chamber about the police, from overtime to civilianizing to many other issues, and we always hear, well, we can't do it because of the contract. So now is the moment to do it, right? Now is the moment that you have to deliver on this, and that is both for the city and the council when it comes to you. I am really grateful that the city council is holding this hearing, but it has been frustrating that, the only public news that has come out about the contract has been from the BPPA and not from Mayor Wu's administration, even though her platform promised, a public process around this. We know it's been, handled through different mayors and, been passed around, and that's a pretty hard situation to be in. But Mayor Wu did promise that there would be, public input, political education around this, right? We all know that the contract is really difficult to understand. I think we're still trying to make sense of so much of it. And so I hope that, Lou and Brianna take this back, that this cannot be the only public process today. We really want to make sure that folks get to have, public input, that there is public information about how the contract actually works. What does it really mean, right? And what are the numbers behind it? I'm glad that many counselors have even asked this, right? How does overtime actually work? And what impact will this have on the budget? And so we really hope to see that. We had sent a letter to Mayor Wu's administration about that, and they did respond saying that there will be, some public engagement in early December, which starts today. So we hope that this is really, the first of many ways that community can engage. Again, given that year after year, we come and we say what we want and we hear it just can't happen because of the contract. So I think folks are really excited to see 3 different things that we'll talk about today. One is, civilianizing details, right? Taking away the monopoly on details, opening that up, not just construction details, but details in general, which you'll hear folks talk a little bit more about. Second is cutting overtime. And I think that, I want to really appreciate how this city council has taken that issue on year after year, talking about what are we going to do about overtime, and getting to the heart of overtime for the police does not work in the way that most folks think about overtime, right? It's not like this clear process, right? There's so many different ways that overtime is baked in. It's voluntary, it's promised, versus just being extra hours over 40 hours that you're working. And I want to also remind folks that this council, in a historic vote, unanimously voted on the most recent budget to cut the police budget. Unanimously, right? And there were questions of, well, is it going to be real because of overtime? I do want to remind folks that part of that happens within that contract, right? But I think the other thing that this council needs to be questioning Mayor Wu about is the interpretation that anything BPD does is emergency, and that is what allows them to spend over their budget, right? Unlike any other departments. Any other department that's coming up on their, allocated amount would have to stop at some point. But I believe that is maybe in the city charter. I'm not an attorney. I don't remember exactly where that is. But I think that's the other thing that you all need to consider around overtime. And I won't go into every detail about overtime because, again, I don't want to be an expert on this. We as community members have had to learn so much about it because we haven't seen changes year after year. And so we really hope that with this new administration, with this contract, that this is a moment when things can actually change. And the third piece of this is ensuring that overall this does allow you to actually decrease BPD's budget. Many of the sitting councilors were here in 2020 and committed to cutting the police budget. And you heard from thousands of people and you saw thousands of people protest in this city. And that was one particular moment, but that fight has been going on for quite some time, right? This is not new. None of these issues are new. And again, the sitting mayor, Mayor Wu, was part of that, of committing to actually decreasing the BPD budget and saying, well, we can't make those changes, we can't make them real unless we make these changes in the police contract. So we want to make sure between overtime details and the many other things that are getting negotiated, that this bottom line looks like reining in this police budget and actually allowing the council to have some power over, you know, what that looks like. I think it will be disappointing to community members if that is not a reality. Again, after many, many years of bringing this up. And so I hope that that, you know, informs both the council as, you know, I'm not sure exactly when this will get passed back to you after arbitration. I do think some of this has already informed, you know, what Mayor Wu has prioritized. We've seen that they're prioritizing civilianizing details. We've seen overtime. We haven't seen budget specifically, you know, talked about yet. And I also hope that, you know, we can actually get more information from the city before it goes to arbitration about what those numbers are, right? How does overtime work? How is this going to impact the budget? And then I hope when it comes to the council that you all will reflect these priorities that many of you have said that these are your priorities. So I think we're just here to remind you of that.
Great, thanks so much, Fatima. And just to note that it is section 42 of the city charter.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, and for folks watching at home, there's a reference in that section to the police commissioner needing to make a specific declaration of there's a reference to only having overtime beyond budget in a case of extreme emergency involving the health or safety of the people or their property. And so that there's been a conversation about right now that sort of happens as a matter of course. And we do have a letter from the Corporation Council previously saying, well, you know, because overtime is contractual, it kind of like, we have to pay it obviously once people have worked it. That's clearly the case because of labor law and basic fairness. And so the question though is like, should there have to be a more public declaration or something for that to happen? So that's just, since we're doing political education, it's section 42 in the charter if anyone wants to look it up. I think it's Khalil next, is that right? Khalil Howe from the Youth Justice and Power Union. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, that's me. I've been here a couple times. I think I know everyone, or y'all know me, Khalil. I'm an organizer, a musical artist, and a resident of Roxbury. Shout out Tanya. I've been organizing with Youth Justice and Power Union since 2014, and as a black man living in a low-income neighborhood, I've always been surrounded by the police. Working in my community and hearing stories of disparity, I've come to understand that policing works as a false solution to violence. And year after year, we invest $395 million of our city's budget into criminalizing and harming our struggling communities. Over-policing seems to have no impact on violence. An obvious solution is getting to the root cause, and that means divesting at least $120 million from the police budget, which is the biggest budget in the whole city, and investing that into community resources such as affordable housing, mental health crisis response, education, and youth jobs. We've been saying that since 2014, 2015. Actually, we've been saying youth jobs forever, but yeah. At bare minimum in this contract, any changes made should involve a net decrease, meaning like if you want to increase salaries, then costs need to be cut elsewhere, resulting in a decrease. This could be cutting the amount of officers because We could hire community members for details to keep people safe and healthy, and capping and cutting overtime or actually decreasing the salaries if you wanted to keep all the extra ways cops inflate their paychecks. YJPU has been fighting to cut the police budget and reinvest in our community since 2015. For the last 5 years, we've heard that we can't change the budget because of the contract negotiations. And now that we're negotiating contracts, it's time y'all hear us out. I was 17 when we started this fight. I'm 25 now. I spent 8 years hearing stories, seeing community members struggling to survive, angry at policing, angry at conditions in their communities. And it hasn't felt good year after year to be turned down, having to look those same people in the face, looking at the budget year after year and seeing what the city's willing to put over our lives. So again, I'm just asking, like, what are y'all gonna do?
Thank you, Khalil. And now, Mallory Honora.
Thank you, Khalil and Fatima, and to all our neighbors and residents and community in the building. My name is Mallory, and I'm the Director of Families for Justice as Healing. Our mission is and always has been to end the incarceration of women and girls. We do policy and litigation work. We have a campaign to stop the state's plan to build a $50 million prison for women. We do community defense work to bring women and our loved ones home from jail and prison. And we lead on-the-ground organizing called Reimagining Communities in Boston to build community infrastructure so people and families can thrive. And my brilliant coworker is the director of that work, and she'll speak on that momentarily. We're here again to urge the Wu administration and the City Council to recognize that the community is here, yet again, asking for a shift in both priorities and resources and meaningful investment in communities. We're asking you to do everything in your power to civilianize construction details so more people can feed their families and even afford to live in Boston, including negotiating to make the necessary changes to the BPPA contract and not approving a contract without those changes. As others have said, the police contract is a policy document that affects every person who lives and works in Boston, and the City of Boston budget that funds that police contract is a moral document that reflects the city's priorities. For years now, as Khalil said so beautifully, community members have been both inside and outside of this building demanding real, meaningful investment in grassroots, community-led programs, services, and solutions to the tune of tens of millions of dollars and not a few here or there. We want well-funded, equitable, engaging, participatory budgeting process led by residents, and we're hopeful about the ongoing process to implement that. We want residents to have the opportunity to create different responses to crisis and harm on the hyper-local level. And we want the city to finally take responsibility and address the unconscionable and nonsensical monopoly the BPD has on construction details so more residents can work good-paying union jobs with benefits. Not only that, in the current contract, the city does not have the ability to prioritize details in high-traffic areas or complex intersections that most need traffic direction. We know that residents trained in basic medical care, including CPR and naloxone administration, trained in traffic direction and signaling, and trained in worksite safety can keep pedestrians, bikers, and drivers safe wherever details are needed. Our neighbors bring so much to the table, including speaking so many languages and care and pride in their neighborhoods. And also, this is happening in every other state. The BPPA wants to prevent residents from working construction details and making prevailing wages that could elevate families out of poverty and instability. The arguments that they're making now are the same ones that they've made for decades, arguments that are rooted in greed and fear, not in fact. And their tactics include demonizing and disrespecting our community and intimidating community members. We were all at the last hearing when the BPPA president commandeered the mic for more than 20 minutes, despite the chairwoman's repeated attempts to call him into order. And after that blatant disrespect, the BPA had the audacity to publicly insult and criticize members of this council on social media for simply running a public discussion on a key issue. But this isn't new. There are articles going back to the 80s and the 90s and every decade in between about Boston police officers arresting, detaining, intimidating, and otherwise obstructing regular people from working construction details or using their political power to maintain a monopoly. And I'm going to highlight just a quote to kind of show the ridiculous level that this has elevated to really over so many years. So this is a highlight from a 1992 Boston Globe story. Utilities and contractors say privately that the practice is out of control with officers, and sometimes their spouses constantly on the lookout for road work being done without a police detail. When they find it, officers shut down jobs or write tickets until an officer is hired. Now, I'm not holding any current officer or members of the BPPA accountable for a 1992 situation, but even just today in the Boston Herald, there's a quote about how officers should be angry if they were to see a formerly incarcerated person working a detail on the city streets. As if Boston police officers don't want to see the people that they've arrested ever heal and advance their life. Not to mention the presumption of innocence, right? That when we arrest someone, they're actually not guilty of what they've been charged with under the Constitution. But anyway, in the past, when the city of Boston has tried to make needed changes on the detail system to prioritize work on busy roads, it led to the city being embroiled in a decade of litigation with the BPA from 1996 to 2006. My point in going back so far in history is just to say this. It is long past time to negotiate these necessary changes so residents can finally work construction details. We already know BPPA officers are the highest paid employees in the city. We know officers make a base salary, overtime, and make income from other kinds of details. We know, again, what we've been saying is that details are icing on the cake for cops that could be food on the table for more families. We know police officers do not and cannot work all the details. We know cops have anecdotes about stopping serious transgressions while working details, but the BPD's own incident report data does not bear that out. And just so it's not just us saying this, interestingly, a 2004 report from the conservative think tank Beacon Hill Institute concluded that there is no evidence of public safety benefits to cops working details. Yet community members who want to civilianize these details are framed as radicals and discredited as stupid or ridiculous when it's cops who are being unreasonable. And I want to emphasize that if we're willing to pay police officers one wage to do a job, we should be willing to pay residents well too. There is a potential to expand and diversify the labor force in Boston with hundreds of new union jobs and a real pipeline for career advancement. Funny that all of a sudden, when we talk about neighbors working these details, the job and our people's time and skills and contributions are undervalued. Meanwhile, the police have frequently negotiated for an increase in detail wages. Not only that, cops are paid for a full 4 hours even if the detail is shorter, and a full 8 hours if the detail is over 4 hours by any amount. The prevailing wage law, which has been misrepresented multiple times in these public discussions, allows hourly rate to pay for people's health plans and pay into a pension plan and supplemental unemployment. While there may be some costs associated with insurance, vacation time, and workers' comp, those will be offset by the administrative overhead fees that are already built into the detail system and a more efficient civilian office. Community members have been clear and resounding. Communities need meaningful investment and real opportunities so people can heal and advance their lives. It should be a top priority of the Wu administration and the City Council to ensure any contract with the BPPA allows residents to work details. Police and contract negotiations have always served and protected the interests of the police, not our communities. Creating thriving communities requires reallocating and investing city resources, which means jobs, money, land, buildings, infrastructure, into our neighborhoods to create well-being and address the root causes of harm and heal from harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. And then Mallory's joined by Sashi James, also from Families for Justice's Healing.
First, I just want to acknowledge my panel. Thank you. It feels so good to be in solidarity, especially when I see youth or younger people younger than me leading and fighting this fight, because it's just been going on for decades. So my name is Sashi James, and I'm the Director of Reimagining Communities. I'm a community member, and I live in the most incarcerated corridor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I'm also a daughter of formerly incarcerated parents. Directly impacted women and girls, formerly incarcerated women and girls, and current incarcerated women and girls have created an infrastructure which grew out of years of being on the ground asking folks what do they need or needed that would have prevented them from having any interaction with police jails or prisons. None of them said that we needed more police. However, it was, like my brother on the panel said, housing, dignified income, effective treatment, and more importantly, resources for all. Investing in the people means we are creating preventative pathways. Police only show up after. We need to figure out how do we stop things, not show up and just show up. And we know that investing in people create healthy people create healthy, thriving communities. Increasing the police budget and hiring 500 new cops and for the next 10 years will not address the transgressions happening in my neighborhood, yet it will only interrupt the reimagining communities infrastructure we are implementing on the ground, which includes basic income, basic housing, community pantries, community fridges, bail support, participatory defense, transformative justice, and the list can go on and on and on. And not to mention, at the last hearing, which I was also at, when we opened, the first comment was about the 6 shootings that happened the night before. And my heart always goes out to my community members that have been impacted by gun violence. However, that same day, there was a hydroponic farm that was landed in Roxbury that was led and dropped in Roxbury by community members that are formerly incarcerated and directly impacted. And that not only provides food justice for all, but it also teaches our community members how to grow their own vegetables, which is something that should have also been mentioned in addition. As we operate with a budget that is nothing compared to $395 million, today we are debating increasing the budget, hiring more cops, and allowing more overtime. The same communities these cops are hunting, and these are the families that can't feed their family. They also can't provide housing for themselves, and they're just struggling. The civilian flagger hearing showed a lack of respect and accountability that BPD has. It was, you know what? BPD at that hearing displayed a lack of respect to the legislative body. They displayed a lack of respect to the people that were speaking, and it was shameful. And as we move forward talking about increasing a budget or hiring more cops, we need to also understand that this is the culture of the cops, and it's harmful. And they couldn't even maintain their behavior at a hearing in front of legislators. And I mean, that just shows that imagine if we were in a community, how they really treat us. And I'm sure
If I can just ask folks, I understand the urge to clap, but I've been sort of allowing the snapping, but we're not technically supposed to have those sound displays and signs and stuff like that in the chamber. So just asking folks not to clap, but thank you, Sashi.
Thank you, and I apologize on behalf of my community members, and I take full accountability. However, this just shows that we need to shift from increasing the police budget, and we need to start thinking about dignified income for all. And I'm not saying that police can't feed their family, because I do believe that families need to all thrive and be healthy, but I am saying again that we also want to be thriving and we also want to be healthy. And at the last hearing, it was said that there are a lot of city jobs that people can be applying for and exploring. However, those are not Corey-friendly jobs. And so when you talk about the impact of incarceration or policing, we have to begin to connect those dots, because just one interaction with a police officer can ruin our life forever. So supporting the civilian detail job and shifting the police details to the community members is what we need to be doing and beyond. And we have the budget to do it. I mean, grassroots organizations, like I said, don't even have a quarter of the $395 million. And imagine if we did. So I'm going to close, and I also want to send some healing to the police officers, because there was a lot of trauma that it seemed that they were dealing with, despite them having an on-site academy that allows them to go and woo-saw. But the harm that was done to the community members from them, I just always want to deflect it and figure out how we can interact with one another. And they needed a lot of love. So despite them causing harm to my community members, but I'm still going to be bigger. And I'm going to close.
Thank you, Sashi. All right, so now we'll go to counselor questions for the advocate panel. I'm going to go first to Counselor Lara, and also I will be back in like 60 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here again. And thank you for continuously showing up. I think that Khalil, hearing you specifically as a member of the Youth Justice and Power Union, sharing your trajectory with YJPU, and as somebody who got her organizing start with United Youth and Youth Workers of Boston when I was 15, and I sit as a counselor now at the age of 33, kind of continuing to have these same conversations, I can attest to the ongoing nature of this work. And Adrienne Marie Brown once very eloquently put it, and I'm going to absolutely butcher it, but she really talked about us identifying what our work here was. That it wasn't our job to fix every problem, but it was our job to do what we were put here to do within our time on this earth, and then pass on the baton so that other people might keep on going. And so all of our movement elders, all of our civil rights leaders, all of the people who fought for many generations, they were very clear about what their job here was to do, and they left it and passed it on to us. So, you know, we keep chugging along, and I hope that that at least gives you some respite and makes you feel hopeful about what you're able to accomplish, because you can't accomplish all of it, but you are here to do the work that you're here to do now, and, you know, we're going to keep moving, and the people who come after us will keep moving as well. I really, and I know that I have apologized privately, but I want to apologize publicly for the last hearing. It was not our best showing. And I have had many conversations with a lot of people who testified, people who were on the panel, about how you felt being there. And so I just reiterate again, as I did in my opening remarks, that it is not a reflection of every single person who not only works in the department, but it's definitely not a reflection of every person in your community, and it's not a reflection of everybody who sits on this council. And so I'm sorry. The question that I have for all of you really right now is what information, and I thank you for sharing your priorities, what information do you think the community needs in order to appropriately weigh in to your representatives about what you need to see in the police contract? Yes, please, Khalil, go ahead.
Okay, so I kind of just wanted to know, well, we wanted to know if like the contract would add money retroactively to the 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022 police budgets and overtime payments, and if so, how much? Okay. And then the current budget for, should I go one at a time or should I just all the questions?
Share what you would need to know.
The current budget for salaries in the police department, well, any other changes and reforms in the contract, including redirecting money to community jobs and investments, increase or decrease the $305 million, and by how much? And the current fiscal year's police budget is $395 million. And based on changes to overtime, salaries, supporting community jobs and investments, and any other changes, what's the combined decrease or increase to the police budget? Does that make sense?
Yes, and it seems like you have those written down. Can you send them to me as well?
I got you.
Okay, thank you. And I will put in formal requests through the chair to answer those questions. Does anybody else have any? It doesn't have to be specific information like Khalil shared, but just generally, what information do we need to make sure that is made public for you all to be involved?
Yeah, I can add to that. I think one is, you know, they shared that civilianizing overall is a priority, and I think most of us understand the security or safety details and construction details being in the contract, but I am still curious around like 911 or any other areas that we know are priority for this mayor to civilianize. I think traffic overall and 911 or like emergency response overall. So understanding what, you know, besides the security details and construction details, what would have to change in the CBA to allow for civilianizing. I think on overtime, you know, just any, you know, documentation that's easy for folks to understand of like, what are all the ways that overtime works between the CBA and, you know, Section 42 of the charter, and what does that mean? Like Mallory broke down, right? They can get, you know, at least four hours. I think this was on details, maybe at least 4 hours, even if it's under 4 hours. And I think that's the same for showing up to court. Having some easy to understand breakdown of all of that, and then numbers. I believe Councilor Arroyo was talking about, you know, an audit, maybe that was from 2015, and I don't think there's been any sort of recent reporting on how does this work? What are the numbers, right? What does this really me and overall, and then like Khalil saying, you know, what impacts does that have on the budget? How is that going to impact, you know, retroactively and then going forward, right? We're about to get into budget season, which, you know, everyone knows how stressful that can be, and how I know I've seen you all ask so many questions every budget season about like what will actually happen, right? And overtime consistently goes over. So really knowing how that's going to work. And then just want to add to what you were saying about the last hearing, like if I seem subdued this time, it is because I am exhausted, and all of the recent hearings have been just wild. You know, the construction details hearing was incredibly uncomfortable. I think I was just here on the surveillance hearing last week, and just a reminder, people are claiming I don't live here. I do live here. I live in Dorchester. I'm in D4. I think I'm still in D4 after redistricting. And it's, you know, both the display from BPPA at the construction details hearing, and then also counselors, you know, rejecting our testimony or trying to argue with community testimony, and it is just incredibly exhausting. I will say at the construction details hearing, you know, I went during public testimony. I was waiting at least 20 minutes while somebody was going on, and I went up there to wait, and a community member who I don't even know came up to me and said, "Boy, I feel like I'm in a Klan meeting." And I just want to reiterate that that is how folks felt. And we were being yelled at from folks saying, "Well, why don't you feel safe from us," right? And that's how we felt just in that room. We had young people there who were ready to testify, and they were still there and no longer felt comfortable getting up in front of the mic. And I hope today that those folks do feel comfortable sharing with you that that's so much of what we do, is we come here representing our folks who don't feel safe and who are working jobs or who are in school and can't make it here at 2 p.m. On a Thursday. So just want to remind folks, like, we're often speaking for our community members, but also it is uncomfortable for us, and none of us get paid nearly as much as any police officers or any folks here, and yet we're still here speaking for our community.
Thank you. Now, I've heard two of you reference retroactive pay now twice. Is there a specific instance of when, I'm assuming that there is a reason why you're asking about retroactive pay, and so is there a specific example that you're referencing when you're talking about the city paying retroactive pay and police contracts?
I think it's just, we know that this contract will be almost entirely retroactive by the time it goes into place, and so I believe there's like a pot of money that's set aside in the budget to help with that retroactive pay, and then obviously what's set in this CBA then impacts the future budget as well. So really understanding both, like what's the retroactive pay that gets added, and then what does that mean for the future budget?
I think they've actually done it a couple times though. Like in 2013, I know that City Council added $16.5 million, and then in 2017 it was $7.7 million retroactively added after. So there's a history of this.
I don't have any further questions, but I would like to give Families for Justice's Healing an opportunity, if they can, to answer the question about what you would need to see in order to like lobby your representatives around this contract.
Just wait a second. Just don't press the button. Wait a sec.
I thought flashing meant press it aggressively.
No, it's, yeah.
You know, we did a lot over the past few years. We had women's group meetings to talk about our vision, and created the people's budget out of that, which I think was really a root and a driver for the participatory budgeting process that happened in the Yes on One campaign. So like a close reading of the budget. We also had our folks do like a line by line reading of the contract to try to like learn about it and understand. So I think that supporting people to do that and breaking it down, like Fatima said, is like super necessary because it's a huge lift. I also feel like somebody had said it earlier where, you know, community members are coming with clear demands and needs, and I don't always think the burden should be on the people to do everything. So just that's a both and. Like, how can we create resources for people to break down and to get into whatever policy that they want to feel empowered to contribute? And also, how do we receive, how do our electeds receive demands and then share back with the community, right? Here's our plan for implementation. So I really appreciate this as a step toward that, for sure. The other thing I would say is, through the past couple of years when we've been talking about this, and countless hearings about, what can we ever see what the minimum staffing requirement actual formula is? Like, how is BPD making decisions about dispatch? How is that dictated by the contract? People have those questions because community members are asking, like, why, when my brother is being transported to the hospital or for a heart attack, is there a BPD officer showing up, right? What makes it possible for communities to have the space and the breathing room to deal with crisis and harm in a different way without cops being deployed? So I think community members have questions about how the city can control dispatch and deployment, as well as just the level of force that's constantly patrolling communities and like what the interaction is with the contract for that. So hopefully that's clear enough.
Thank you. Great, thank you, Councilor Lara. President Flynn, do you want to, or I can jump to Councilor Murphy? Okay. All right, recognize President Flynn. Can we just...
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here. I'm not going to ask questions to the panel. I just think it's inappropriate for me as the City Council President to be engaging in a union contract with the city, a city union and the city administration in having the public in various sides participate. I don't think that's the way you handle a union contract. Just my own personal opinion as a City Council President. I don't know if this eventually will go to court or not. So I'm not going to weigh in on questions. I do want to acknowledge that we have 1,600 police officers on the city, on the Boston Police Department, and if we downsize the police or add more civilian flaggers, it will have an impact on the manning levels for the Boston Police. As I repeated earlier, every day we have 300 police officers on the street that are doing details, and many times those police officers doing details make significant arrests, making gun arrests or assault and battery arrests, providing critical public safety services to the residents of Boston. As the district city council that represents Chinatown, the South End, South Boston, in the downtown area, including Andrews Square, which is close to Mass and Cass, I think the police play a critical role in our city. And as I highlighted, we don't have enough police officers in the city of Boston. Our city continues to grow population-wise, and we're not making the necessary resources in adding police officers. It's having an impact on public safety. We use the word an uptick in crime, but there is an increase in crime. And as a district city councilor, it's our job to advocate for resources in our district. When something goes wrong in a district, public safety-wise or other, you blame two people, and you're right to blame two people. You blame the mayor and you blame the district city councilor. That's what you do, and that's the appropriate thing to do. In District 2, if something happens in my neighborhood, in my district, I'm responsible for that. I'm responsible for that crime. I should have been doing more, advocating for more resources for my constituents. When I go to a neighborhood meeting in my district, which I do practically every night of the week, residents, the first person that will speak at a community meeting is the captain or the community service officer. We'll give an update on crime stats in that area, in that neighborhood. I'm usually the second person to speak. And the question people always ask me is, Councilor Flynn, we need more police officers in the city, in the South End, in Andrews Square, in Mass and Cass. What are you doing about it, Councilor Flynn? You're not doing enough, Councilor Flynn. We need more resources. And they're right, I'm not doing enough. I need to do more. But the residents expect a presence in the city for public safety. The Boston Police do an exceptional job in our neighborhoods. People want more Boston police officers on the street. And that's what I'm going to continue advocating for during the budget season. And I think many of my district city councilors will advocate for that as well. Others may not. I don't know. But that's my job, is to make sure that we have resources in the city for public safety, and I'm going to fight for that every day for police resources. Again, I'm not going to ask any questions here to the panel or to the Boston Police Patrolman Association, who have been waiting since 2 o'clock to testify, and I apologize to the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association on behalf of my colleagues for making you wait almost 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So I apologize. I have no further comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hello?
Thank you.
Can we respond to that? Or?
I think we'll go to Councilor Murphy next. Thank you. I just want to say that this hearing has actually been running for less than 3 hours because it started 45 minutes late because the prior hearing ran long. I do apologize to everyone waiting for public testimony for the fact that that's the case. But I just want to be clear that I think that this hearing actually is quite common for us to not yet be at public testimony by the 3 hour mark, and we're not at the 3 hour mark yet. Thank you. Councilor Murphy.
I don't have any questions for the panelists, but I do, through the chair, just have a question if, and this can come after the meeting, but if you could clarify the comments about retro pay, because I know in the last panel, myself and Councilor Baker were talking about how personally, as you know, I always got retro pay when my BTU contract finally was signed and ratified because it was always years late. And we know that retro pay is hours that have already been worked and decided upon. So wondering just where the questions about the retro pay and that money coming from, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so, well, I can just answer to say, yeah, so any collective bargaining agreement that applies to a period that's already partly or wholly passed by the time the city reaches it does involve awards of retroactive pay, because what it's doing, if it is increasing the pay rates, what it's doing is increasing the amount that people would have earned, right? So,
Right.
And so, yeah, so I think that would be.
I'm sorry, are you?
So I'm just saying, I'm just agreeing with you that is a thing that I think we usually see with any contract that is settled after the fact, which, as I think we've discussed extensively, has been pretty much all of the contracts in recent years.
No, I understand that, of course. I was saying that I'm asking this panel, maybe you could answer, when they were speaking about the retro pay and that money, what this panel was referring to, not what is retro pay.
Did anyone on the panel?
Yeah, so
So
I
you-
wasn't asking for clarification on why we pay it, because obviously it's work already done, and many of our city employees work without contracts. Please, yes, go ahead.
So you're asking what we mean by saying we don't want to retroactively pay?
Yes, because maybe I'm just misunderstanding, so a clarification would be really helpful, thank you.
Yeah, so it's the biggest budget in like the whole budget. So we don't want that retroactive pay because, you know, that money could be going to some of the other things we've been talking about, like, you know, youth jobs, affordable housing, you know.
But I just want to be clear, though, that when we pay, like myself, I had already put in 3 years working as a teacher. They finally ratified the contract, and if there were pay increases or any adjustments to my pay, it's work already done. So it would be against the law not to pay people for work they already did. Looking at contracts.
Yeah, I think Khalil actually asked how much, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask.
I'm not saying it's
how
not reasonable
much does
at
a
all.
contract cost? Well, that's what he was asking. How much does it cost? Well,
No, I'm not at all saying it's unreasonable. I'm just making sure I'm understanding.
the question is, how much will the new contract cost in terms of retroactive pay? to
Absolutely, and I
officers?
asked specific questions with the last panel also. How much are we as a city spending on the former,
Yes.
not just police, but
Right,
BPU and other
and with all due
contracts?
respect, I've seen multiple attempts to draw a parallel between cops and teachers, and I
Yeah,
think in
not the
addition to
same.
the fact that
It's
they're
just the
represented
union
by
on-
associations, there's other differences between those two groups of people and their impact on our
As
city.
an educator, I'm very aware of that. It's the union that I was a member of for over 20 years. There's many unions in the city that I am well aware of. Not making parallels to their jobs at all.
Okay.
Trust me, my job was nothing like a police officer as a teacher, absolutely not. No, I mean, I worked 180 school days. It's very different contract, teaching and policing. So thank you, Councilor Bach.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Fernandez-Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I just wanted to acknowledge, Sashi, thank you so much for your call, was it a wellness check or courtesy call to check up on us after the vitriol from the police patrolman's social media. And I think there was another one, Turtle Boy and a bunch of other people. And I don't want to use this platform to amplify them in any way, but there is a lot of vitriol coming from the police patrolman's social media. I don't know who controls that, but absolutely not okay. So I thank you for calling in and checking in on me. And just so you all know, if my tones seem lackadaisical in any way, no, I'm not over it. And no matter how tired I get, this is the grind, right? So I thank you, Fatima, Brother Khalil. Shout out to you and shout out to Mallory, for all of you, all the advocates and all the young people sitting here in the audience, for your work, for your resiliency, for your stamina, and for your courage to be able to stand up in the face of adversity and be able to revolutionize a change and power to all the people. And we continue to do that, and I am absolutely proud of you and proud to stand here and work with you. As the chair of Ways and Means, I think that we need to be able to start having practical conversations early on about how to actually create these changes. And I've said it before, although these changes are going to be scary for some people, you see that even the politicians, they themselves have to leverage their position for their advancement or self-preservation. The fear of losing their livelihood in terms of votes and who endorses them or who coddles their policies or their bank accounts and their campaigns, of course, is a very reality here. And so I'm saying to you, no matter what, I will work with my colleagues irrespective of their opinions or how they work. Everything is a conversation. I will always sit with anyone, whether it be the naysayers, a Klan member, I don't care who it is. I will always work with you and have that conversation with you. The reason why I'm going on and on about this is to be very clear that we as human beings in the city of Boston are creating a change, and you voted us in to do a job. And here we are, as you say, that you're advocates and you're absolutely tired of being sick and tired, and you're here and you continue to shout out and you say, Mayor Wu, this is what we ask. You said you respect the public. Then here we are, the public, and we are saying at a majority that this is what we want. We have the research, we have the data, we have the science, we have the pain, the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the work, and very little money to do so. How can you not take money and put it into preventative measures so that we know, as we know it, can actually curb violence and give us a better quality of life and give us exactly what the disenfranchised deserve in the city of Boston. And so you hear these policies and you hear people on their soapbox talk about how the change is going to come and how equity is at the forefront of every transformative change, and it's absolutely BS. Just to keep quorum, or else they'll start talking trash about how I cuss all the time. And honestly, I think it's a true art form, and I love the F word. But today, out of respect for anyone who gets offended, I will not use any cuss words. I'm just here to say that I'm absolutely overjoyed with emotions. I think it's the beginning of a true transformation. I thank you for the sponsors of this hearing, Councilor Lara, Councilor Arroyo. I thank you, Councilor President Flynn and Councilor Murphy, for your positions, because I think that, again, conflict presents an opportunity for change, and I love hearing it. So let's sit down, again, one more year, let's go. We got work to do. And in the budget, I look forward to all of your suggestions. And no, it is not the responsibility of the advocates or the burden on you to fix this problem, but it is for us to consolidate and come together and do this work. And God willing, that he may protect us, our tongue, our hearts, and he keeps us courageous to continue to face this thing and revolutionize and do everything that we must to save the lives of our Black and brown people. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, and I also want to thank the whole panel. I don't have extensive questions, and I'm very mindful of the large number of public testifiers we've got. The one question I just had was, Fatima, I think I slightly missed when you were sort of summarizing the 3 points. I got the point about civilian details, the point about cutting overtime overall, and then there was a third, and I think I lost the thread of the third.
Decreasing the budget.
Right, total decreasing of the budget, right. Okay, so that was just what I wanted to clarify.
Cutting and capping overtime.
Yes. Okay. Thank you all. And yeah, I do think, just mindful of, I've got a list of 30 people here in person and another couple online. So I do want to get to everybody, if that's all right with you all. So I'm going to thank you for your time, and we'll start taking public testimony. Do any of my colleagues have anything you just want to say before? I will do closing statements at the end of public testimony, but just wanted to check as a sponsor, Councilor Lara, if you want to say anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I just wanted to say thank you for showing up yet again and making sure that you're sharing with us what you're hearing from community who, like Fatima said, can't be here, won't, because of how they feel about the space or because of how inaccessible City Hall or these hearings feel to them. So I'm really just grateful, and I appreciate you, and I am looking forward to hearing public comment.
Thank you, Councilor Lara. Thank you to all my colleagues. And if you guys want to take a seat, I'll start calling folks up to public testimony.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilor Flynn.
Just asking a procedural question. When will the Patrolman Association staff be able to testify?
So the Patrolman Association staff, I think, is also signed up in public testimony, so I will be calling on them. And President Flynn, I'll be honest that I'm filled with hesitation, because the last time that I gave the Patrolman Association representative the mic, in which case I actually gave it to him first amongst public testimony and allowed it to go on longer than the rest of public testimony, because I'm mindful, I'm sensitive to the fact that because of the contracting prohibition, we're not able to have them on a panel going back and forth. And I know that this is a critical issue for members of the Police Patrolman Association. And so, I wanted to give them a chance to speak. But what ended up happening was that he refused to cede the floor And unlike in City Hall at the bowling building, we aren't able to cut the mics. And so I ultimately had to recess the hearing because I wasn't able to continue to chair the meeting as I need to as a counselor. And so, again, as I said, I actually tried to be courteous to the Patrolmen's Association in that instance, recognizing their, of course, major stake in this discussion. But it's super important for the democratic work of the council that the chair's ability to ask public testifiers to cede the floor is respected, and that was violated the last time we had a hearing on this topic.
Councilor, I'll respectfully wait my turn in line.
Madam Chair, I just asked a question. That's the only, I don't want to belabor the point, but I was just asking, is the Patrolman Association testifying, and at what time would they be testifying? I just was asking for my own knowledge, if that's appropriate to ask.
Yeah, so I'll be taking them in the order of sign up that I have in front of me. So I think so they're certainly on the first page of the sign up here. So, but I think the quickest way to make that happen, Councillor Flynn, is for me to jump into public testimony and just run through everybody. That's all right. Thank you guys. Thanks so much.
Police do not solve gun arrests. They will not solve mass and caste issues. And it's so sad that you're not ready to explore a people's process. And when the definition of resource is not police. So I just wanted you to be aware of that.
All right, thank you to the panelists. All right, so we'll be going, let's see, the order, I'm just gonna go by the order that I've got signups, although I will probably break it after the first page and go to, we've got a couple of people who have been waiting patiently on Zoom. So my first 5 here, I've got Austin Frizzell, Malaysia Fuller-Staton, Fiona Phil, Maya Milia, and then I've got Larry Calderon. So Austin. And folks, both of these mics work. So if people can kind of, if you're the next one up, if you can go to the opposite mic, just so that we can keep the flow as quick as possible. And I'll just remind everybody that we're asking everybody to testify. Keep your comments to 2 minutes, because like I said, I've got 32 signups here, and they are lighting not 1, not 2, but 3 Christmas trees in my district tonight. I'm already going to be late to that, but this is obviously a super important public issue. I want to hear everybody's testimony, but just would ask folks to keep it to 2 minutes, introduce yourself, say what your affiliation is. If you have longer testimony, we can take it all as written testimony. We're happy to do that. And for the Patrolmen's Association, I'm going to give them 5 minutes. I think it's important that everybody's voice is heard in this process. But if there's got longer than 5 minutes, again, I'm just going to be really clear at the start that anything longer than that from them, I do need to get at the end as written testimony, just because we've got to make sure everybody gets to be heard. And I was frustrated in the last hearing. So I'm going to go first to Austin, and then it's Malaysia. Austin, you have the floor.
Hi, everyone. Especially because I'm not as anticipated as the Police Patrolmen's Association by Councillor Flynn, I'd like to cede my time to somebody who has to leave to pick up their child, if that's okay. This would be Tatiana.
Sure. Tatiana, go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, members of the City Council. My name is Tatiana Rodriguez, a Boston native, member of FJA, Families for Justice is Healing, also the founder of community-led organization called Family Matters First. Family Matters' mission is to educate, advocate, and support those disproportionately affected by the family policing system, empowering them to use their voice to enable change and engage in direct legislative action like this. I am here representing also my community and residents of Lena Park in Dorchester. I am aware the City of Boston is renegotiating the contract with the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association and other officer associations. My top priority is removing the barriers in the contract that are preventing residents from working details. Please do everything necessary so we can create a civilian officer to employ hundreds of Bostonians with good paying union jobs. The biggest problem with the current system of contracting cops to work construction details, they already make livable, comfortable wages. It's a monopoly. No one but cops have access to making extra money on top of overtime. It's not just a job, but it's the icing on the cake. While my brothers and sisters who have played
who have to play catch up have been denied access to equal employment opportunities. You want to really fight mass incarceration, which we all know was a war on Black people. Give the people access to sustainable living wages so they don't have to go back to the streets just to feed their families. Another major issue is, while these construction sites are police officers texting, talking on the phone, sitting in the car, just blatantly not directing traffic. Just witnessed this week and also snapped a picture. I felt safer when I lived in North Carolina for 2 years, and flaggers were trained and they were militant when it came to directing traffic and ensuring the community safety. With access to well-paid union jobs, my family could put more food on the table. The equal opportunities in Boston when it comes to union jobs are very limited. If you walk into the local unions, you will see that although things have changed slowly, the people in the leadership roles are all white men. Then what happens? Their children inherit those union opportunities, so there's no equal opportunity, especially now that affirmative actions is going to be overturned. We can benefit by having a decent livable wage, stay in Boston and work a normal full-time job without having to work 2 to 3 jobs just to survive. And my family members that are at risk and returning citizens would actually have an incentive to be working class citizens and not have to commit crimes that result from poverty. Create an avenue to consolidate debt and pathway to ownership, and afford a tutor for my niece and my nephew. What would make me feel safer when crossing the street? That if we had trained civilians that look like me, live and care about my community, and that only job is to simply keep the construction site safe and not tired from working overtime the night before. Also, bad actors would be held accountable, not have immunity like police do. The police association contracts are policy documents that impact community members' daily lives. Now is the time for change so we can create more abundance and well-being for residents and families in Boston who need it most. Please do everything you can to establish civilian construction details office to employ our community members in good union jobs at prevailing wages. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Next up's Malaysia, then Fiona, then Maya, then Mr. Calderon. Malaysia?
Okay, I'm Fiona, but we're switching because I have to go.
Go ahead. Just go.
So earlier this week, on a conversation about prevalence of guns amongst kids and teenagers being concerning to city officials and citizens in Boston, quote, especially when we talk about the impact of COVID, or our young people are at a time in their lives when they're the most emotional and volatile they could be. At the same time, there's a lack of resources to give them the direction and structure that might keep them out of harm's way. Going on to say that this is a complicated issue and not something police can handle on our own. Quote, current police commissioner of the Boston Police Department, Michael Cox. So this is just another testimony to understanding the current violence in Boston is not going away with more police. We keep talking about safety, it's not going to come with more police. The city of Boston is planning to increase the budget for the BPD 2 to 3% for pay increase for the newer cadets and officers that were entered last year. And that money could be going to other things. I work at Teen Empowerment and have also been a community organizer since I was 15 in the city of Boston. And it's actually ridiculous. We've been asking for the same things over and over and over. I'm 23 now, and I work with young people 14 to 21 who are dealing with violence in the community, houselessness, domestic abuse, you name it, they're dealing with it right now. And the answer is not, it really is not, more police, more funding to the police. And specifically, like, we need to actually defund and reallocate where this money is going, making sure it goes to youth jobs, youth opportunity, because this is what's going to redirect and aid our community members, not adding more funds to a structure that was originally created here in Boston to catch slaves. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Malaysia, then Maya, then Larry, then Armand Coleman. Malaysia?
Hi, my name is Malaysia Fuller-Staten. I'm a community organizer for the Boston Cyclists Union and a lifelong resident of Roxbury. I'll quickly mention what I have to say, and then I'll also be reading somebody else's testimony. But I just want to say that for me, it's super important that we start looking towards actual solutions when it comes to the issues that we speak about in our society, whether that's crime, homelessness, drug abuse, and we know from experience, because we've been doing the same thing for the however long, at least 50 years. We know from experience that having more police doesn't work. Every year we have more police. Every year, we still have crime. But beyond that, I want to say, in my position as a community organizer for the Cyclist Union, we actually had over 70 of our members send emails to some of your offices, as well as to the mayor, encouraging folks to, what's it called? To be open to amending the contract so we can, change what public safety looks like in this city. But that's my time. And I'll say on behalf of Nosika Verdu, hi, my name is Nosika Verdu. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Hyde Park. Something we need to recognize is that police officers come here all the time and talk about their mental health and physical capacity, and they claim that more money and officers is the solution. That is not a solution, that is mopping the ocean. A solution is officers realizing they do not and should not have to do every job under the sun. And if you could open your eyes, you would realize that officers are hoarding jobs that other people in the community can do. The construction detail jobs are jobs that do not need to be given to cops. Anyone who knows how to cross the street can learn how to direct traffic. We want the community to have money for construction details so that they can get the trainings and be ready for the job, because you don't need a gun or a badge to direct traffic. We need to stop believing that cops are superheroes. They are humans in a uniform. They can't do everything, so hiring more of them is not fixing the issue of mental health or physical capacity. It's just increasing the budget. We need to cut the police budget and invest the money into people in our community so they can feel like they can survive in Boston without having to do illegal things to make ends meet. We also need to put a cap on overtime, because there's no reason why BPD consistently goes over their budget every year. There are two reasons why this continues to happen. One is that someone is not doing the math right, and two is that the police officers are finding loopholes which continue to dip into the overtime fund. That's why it continues to exceed the amount every year. Instead, I demand a cap on overtime, because I know that the police officers can make ends meet with the money that they have. They are abusing the system to make more money, and that is not okay. Too many sections of our budget are actually underfunded that would thrive with more money if we cut some from the police. The police will come up here and make a sad story about how cutting the police budget will affect their community programs before it actually affects the officers. My question is, why aren't you hanging out and making community with the youth for free? Why must you get paid to know the people that you claim to be protecting and serving? I plead with the city councilors to realize that the reason they have their seat is because they ran on campaigns to better their citizens' community. And now that community is telling you that we need better and we deserve better. Stop listening to the cops. Listen to the people who gave you the position that you currently hold. We are demanding you make change. It's the job of your people in your seats to do that.
Thank you, Malaysia and to Nausicaa. Next up's Maya, then it will be Larry, then Armand, then JD, and then Jarrell. Maya, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Maya. I'm a resident of JP, and I've been a Boston area resident for close to 15 years. I'm a licensed clinical social worker practicing in the Boston area and a steering committee member of Boston Liberation Health, which is a group of mental health providers and service users working to change the institutional and societal factors that negatively impact mental health. So as a steering committee member of Liberation Health, I'm here to submit testimony, along with many others, calling on Mayor Wu and the City Council to fight for a police contract that will lead to more resources and funding, particularly for Black and brown neighborhoods that have been under-resourced and over-policed for years, specifically to, again, uplift the priorities of including decreasing the police budget to invest more in Black and brown communities, cutting and capping overtime, and ending the monopoly that the BPD has on working details. So in regards in particular to decreasing the BPD budget and investing more in community, as a mental health worker and also as a community member who has friends and loved ones incarcerated in the Massachusetts DOC, I've become well aware of both the continued underinvestment in mental health resources and infrastructure and the direct harms of policing that cause and or exacerbate mental health challenges, especially causing or exacerbating trauma and PTSD in Black and brown communities. The BPD budget is over $1 million a day, as we all know. So the previous statement from President Flynn that, quote, resources are stretched thin for the BPD, frankly seems far from reality, especially compared to how mental health services and so many other community services are actually underfunded. So I'm urging that funding be shifted out of the BPD budget, not moved around within it, and instead invested in community resources such as mental health crisis response that does not involve the police, civilian flagger jobs for details, and other solutions that actually work and support community members' mental health and physical health instead of cause harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Mr. Larry Calderon, president of the BPPA. Then it will be Armand, JD, Jarrell, and then Brittany. Mr. Calderon, you have the floor.
Thank you. This docket order states that it's being held to discuss the Patrolmen's Association contract timeline. It's interesting because I'm Larry Calderon, I'm the president of the Patrolmen's Association, as you know, and I've been negotiating the contract for the department over the last 2 years with 3 different mayors. However, I haven't been invited as a panelist to this meeting today or the one in the past. It's not an oversight or a mistake. It's not against the bargaining laws. Certain city councilors do not want to actually hear what I or the police officers I represent have to say. What they're saying is completely disrespectful to my members and the citizens of Boston that you represent. Just like the hearing that Councilor Lara had taking on public safety details, you're holding a hearing today, but you do not want to hear from public safety themselves. Maybe she and some of the other councilors will walk out again today because they don't like what I have to say. But they don't want to hear the truth. When it comes to public safety, contracts, I don't know. But do you ever think why certain city councilors and elected officials blame police for every woe in society? It's because it's easier to blame the police, rather than take a look in the mirror and accept some of the responsibility yourself. You claim to want to work together, but your actions speak very loud. Some of you show up hours late and then get up and walk out before the hearing is over. You don't want the police in the public. You want to retaliate against us. You want to replace us regardless of who you hurt in society, because that's what you're about. You want to talk BPA contracts? Let's start with facts. Fact 1, the council themselves just penned a 20% raise, not by working harder, not by putting in more hours, but by using their position of authority to change the law and give themselves more money, some of them in year 1. In contrast, police officers work double and triple shifts because we're so short on manpower, and we do hour for hourly wages. Interesting, the dynamics. More facts. Commissioner Cox recently stated, like some of you have quoted, visibility of police officers deters crime. Community policing works, folks. More officers visible in your neighborhood work, like city councilors in this room, or some that choose to be vacant, continually ask of the department. Councilor Lara disagrees with Commissioner Cox's position on public safety details and plans to take them away. She wants to take cops off the street and put them out of uniform. She knows that this will increase crime, but she doesn't care. Her disdain for police officers has blinded her when it comes to protecting constituents of the city of Boston. Councilor Flynn has it correct. We need to hire hundreds more police officers. More facts. Boston police officers could not and did not work from home remotely during COVID-19. While other employees, including councilors, isolated at home, we were forced to expose ourselves and our families to the virus daily to make the citizens of Boston safe. And we made it through the pandemic together. Here's the real truth, folks. The city of Boston is one of the safest cities in America. Why? Because of the members of the Boston Police Patrolmen's Association. The hard work they do day and night, keeping you and the citizens of Boston and our neighborhood safe. Are we perfect? No, we are not. No one is perfect. However, we strive for perfection and professionalism every day of the week, just like I assume you do in your professions. Yet, here we are once again going into our 3rd year without a contract, 0 pay raises, 0 rest and relaxation with our families, and 0 thanks from some of our elected officials. We deserve a fair contract, better mental health benefits, and better wages. At a time of 8% national inflation, skyrocketing housing costs, and rental prices in Boston, now is the time to thank and reward your Boston police officers, not harass, not shame them, and not try to keep them quiet. For those of you that are in the room that I might have offended at the last hearing, I went over the time because my members deserve to be heard. And if I was your representative, I'm sure you would want the same. So I'll give that to you in a public statement. Councilor, I appreciate the time. Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, I appreciate you staying and listening. Unlike some other councilors who want to show up late, pretend that they're involved in the community, and then tell me how scared they are, and they leave. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Next up is Armand, then JD, then Jarrell, then Brittany, and then Blad Cuevas.
Good evening. My name is Armand Coleman. I'm a resident of Roxbury and a homeowner. I'm also here in the capacity of director of an organization called the Transformational Prison Project, where we take people who are formerly incarcerated and we put them in employment positions, and they're allowed to actually add on to their communities and bring healing to their communities. I would just like to say a few numbers about the people that we employ. This year we employ 12 people, 10 of whom are formerly incarcerated. We've contracted 5 people, 2 of whom are formerly incarcerated. And we believe that our efforts are the biggest public safety that we could provide to the Commonwealth. And I say that because the people that we employ are people who are seen as the most incorrigible ones in the Commonwealth, including myself. I served 28 years in prison. I created this organization along with 8 other individuals in prison, most of whom are incarcerated for fatal crimes, most of whom are gang leaders. And now these same individuals are in society, and they actually are doing great work and are directors of the program as well as in other capacities. So I just say that I'm here to testify to the fact that myself, as well as my team, as well as the people that work with me, that having these type of jobs that could afford you a livable wage is basically the best public safety thing you could do for the Commonwealth. The man before me testified about Boston is one of the safest cities in America. I kind of agree, but I also give homage to the people who are inside doing the transformative work of restorative justice. So when these men come home, these men who are gang leaders, I mean, people who took lives are now out here saving lives and actually moving people in another direction who would have been following them in a destructive direction. So I thank you for my time, and I yield.
Thank you, Armand. So JD, Jarrell, Brittany, Blad, then it'll be Nakia, Jean-Charles, and then I'm going to go to the 2 folks who are online just so that we also get some equity for the virtual folks. So JD, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Janaya Destiny Noah Lee. I'm a youth organizer at YJPU, Youth Justice Power Unity, and Team Empowerment. I live down the street from 3 construction sites. And every time I walk home or go to school, majority of the time there's no police officers there. And when they are there, majority of the times is nowhere to be found, or they're on their phones. I literally saw it. And when I was on the bus coming home one day, it was no police officers there. And the construction site person had to do it because they wasn't there. And remind you, they've been working on it for a year now, and they're barely there. And there's a police station right down the street from it. Bostonians who live in Boston communities and knows everyone in the area, neighbors who might actually care for us teenagers, young youth, black teenagers, rather than someone who just do it, make us, I don't get hurt for a check. People that I know. New York, New Jersey, California, and 46 other states do it. So why shouldn't we? That makes no sense. I don't get it. A police officer named Larry that just left said, quote from the last meeting, this may very be the worst ideas in histories. I think it's the best idea. We mean it's the worst idea in histories. And I think the money from the budget should go to schools, youth jobs, housing, low-income assistance, mental health, Mental health, what?
Mental health crisis response.
Crisis response, thank you.
Thank you, JD. Jarrell, and then Brittany, Blad, Nakia, and then we'll be going to Sarah, Dylan, and Anne-Marie online. Jarrell, you have the floor.
Good, thank you. How you doing? How's everybody? I think I'm just a little bit overwhelmed by the whole process. And first I want to thank the bravery of certain city council members for having this today. I want to big up everybody that came today, right, who's still here. And if you look behind me, these are actual people from the community, right? So I'm just like a little frustrated because obviously this is not the first, hearing we had about this. This is not, I've been on Zoom calls with the same people, and for some reason it's kind of like we're talking to a wall, right? Every hearing, you have community members here, right? Young, old, formerly incarcerated. I'm formerly incarcerated myself. I have about 4 brothers, 2 sisters, all impacted by the criminal punishment system. I had a friend of mine, dear friend of mine, who was killed by a police officer, unarmed, with his hands up in the air, right? Burrell Ramsey White, right? So all of these things we're talking about in the contract affects these people here, all right? That first fiasco of a meeting last, 3 weeks ago, there were mostly officers in there, right? Now, I'm not saying that police officers can't live in our community, but it pains my heart to hear certain city council members, one, say certain things, then leave, right? Then come back, and then always talk about the same thing. We need more police officers. You are not listening to the people behind me, all right? Like I said before, jobs, adequate living will solve most of your issues, all right? Melina and Cass, they need help, all right? They don't need to be locked up. Young people, they need programming and they need jobs, all right? I got two sons, 20 months. I got a 15-year-old who goes to Concord High, right? Officers are not the only ones who are trying to do good for their families, all right? I've been busting my ass since I've been home, right? And adequate living and adequate jobs, right, like the brother before me just said, will alleviate most of the crime, all right? You're talking about an individual, yes, I had one part of my life was in the streets, all right? I got locked up, I did 10 years, and I'm still connected to those certain individuals that you see on the news, right? And most of the time, it's because of poverty issues, all right? That's the whole, so now when people, like certain city council members, don't want to listen to that or pay heed to that, and if you notice, Larry just dipped off somewhere. He don't even want to hear the community members, right? They are not trying to hear it. So when we have these hearings, they're talking about, oh, it's more transparency, and I agree that the contract needs to be more transparent, right? But how much more transparent can it be, all right? It's plain to see that certain city council members are not going to listen to the community. It's plain to see that officers are in charge are not going to listen to the community, right? So now it's, what is the next step? What is the next step of real accountability, right? If you want to see things change in the city, right? And we're talking about the worst of the worst. Yeah, we're talking about murders. We're talking about guns. We're talking about the worst of the worst of transgressions. This is an easy step, all right, that you can do and implement. And I guarantee you, from being from the streets and these communities, Roxbury, Mattapan, Dorchester, you will see change. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarrell. Brittany, then Blad, then Nakia, and then we'll go online for 2. So, Brittany.
This clearly wasn't made for tall people.
It picks you up. You don't have to lean over. We all do lean over, but you actually don't have to. We'll keep it under your mouth, but yeah, exactly. Perfect.
I'm gonna do my best. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Brittany White. I'm the visiting practitioner in residence between Harvard Law School's Institute to EMS Incarceration and the Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Studies. I'm also the decarceration director for a faith-based organization by the name of Live Free that focuses on reducing urban gun violence with dignity and decarceration strategies, but most importantly, I'm a formerly incarcerated Black woman. If I could have the eyes and attention of the City Council, I would be so appreciative, because what has came to my attention as a new resident, I just got to the area in August, is that I see a diverse group and representation reflecting the community, but I see a lack of diversity for some reason in representation of law enforcement. And then we're talking public safety, but I haven't heard a lot about public health and public wellness. I can tell you, I feel safest when my socioeconomical needs are being met, because we know that the trajectory to incarceration is based off of not meeting the needs and protecting children. And so this whole process, this is my first time here, y'all, has been exhausted. I just came over to Boston so I could go get me some hair, to get my hair braided on Saturday, and somehow I've ended up in the midst of the city's business, and I found it important to speak up because I see formerly incarcerated folks such as myself being villainized. And it's becoming a us versus them, formerly incarcerated people versus the police discussion, as if formerly incarcerated people are not related to the police, as if we don't have people who work in these institutions and in these systems. So I challenge the framework that is being used to approach this situation. The vantage point is not a binary solution that we either give them what they want or give us what we want, but it's a both and. Also, there is an enormous amount of privilege being given to law enforcement's perspective, and holding them up as the heroes and considering us the villains is probably why Massachusetts has a 74% population of white people. But I asked this city council, what is the representation of people of color in your prisons and institutions? Why are we locking up people at such an alarming rate? It's because the policies that get made in this room do not leave a pathway of redemption for people to come home and get access to these jobs. People are gonna feed their family, council, and if you don't give them a means to do so, I don't think you get the privilege to judge how we eat.
Thank you, Brittany. Vlad, then Nakia, then we'll be going to Sarah Dillon and Anne Marie, and then I've got Annie and then Stacy. So Vlad?
All right, I'm just checking to see if y'all can hear me with my mask on.
Yes.
All right, word. First, I just want to say I find it completely disrespectful that it was said here that we need an increase in police officers because of the growth of our city, when it's shown time and time again through past and somewhat current administrations that the growth of our cities is mainly directed towards displacing our families through gentrification and bringing in more affluent members that have not built up the community. I come here today because the police department has continually proven that they are neither equipped nor interested in serving us. And I don't come here to say that for me. I come here to say that for the kids in the black and brown communities, Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury, Hyde Park, that are over-policed. You go over and you see from Walker Playground to the Burke High School, these are communities that are highly surveilled and over-policed. And keep in mind, we live in a society where there is constant propaganda of the police being shown as an entity of good that is here to protect and serve us and to lock up the bad guys. Now, ask yourselves the questions, when you take into account these kids that are in the playgrounds and in the schools, when they see the police officers looking over at them, checking into their backpacks, making sure that they go through the metal detectors, what is going in their mind when they have that message of the propaganda? If these are the good guys, then what does that make us? Y'all are traumatizing these kids. Y'all are making them to see that these are the bad guys. In reality, y'all are the bad guys. This is a tactic that has instilled fear and violence within our communities, and it's constantly fueled the school-to-prison pipeline. It is dangerous to black and brown students, and as well as undocumented students who live in constant fear of being written up for a misdemeanor and then having that report sent over to the police, which disrupts their entire way of living and can honestly send them to a land that they have little to no memory of. And we've seen that happen in this city before. Now, I speak from my experience of going through 5 BPS schools, all the way from Fenway to Mattapan, from Dorchester to East Boston. I can honestly tell you wholeheartedly from my experience in those schools, I felt the most safe in schools when there was little to no police presence there. And I come here with the knowledge that a lot of the community members here share. And just side note, to the guy said that they are the public safety. No, they're not. We are the public safety. We take care of ourselves. We look out for ourselves. But I come with the knowledge that all of us share, which is the phrase that y'all love to use, that y'all love to protect and serve. It's somewhat correct. You do protect and serve, but it's not us. Y'all protect and serve this very thing that you have been doing since you have been established as a slave patrol force and a protection services for merchants who distribute goods. You protect property and you serve those who own said property. And we are here to ask y'all to defund the police. And by doing so, is defund the value that you place on property and to fund the communities. And by doing so, it is funding your value on us. It is funding our way of life, our basic needs, and our way of living. Thank you.
Thank you, Bud. Nakia, and then it'll be Sarah Dillon and Emery. Nakia.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nakia, and I'm a proud resident of Mattapan, and I hope Councilor Flynn does not continue to type away on his phone. Hi, Councilor Flynn. Met you at St. Stephen's. We've seen each other many times. And I hope he continues to show his respect to some of his constituents. A few years ago, young organizers, including myself, organized a community event where city councilors, leaders of mine, and some of you all here had committed to defunding the police. And I will play a quick audio of that.
Demand number one, do you agree or disagree with defunding the Boston Police Department by at least 10%?
Yes, but I want. And that was our now Mayor Michelle Wu. In terms of what are the things that some of our community members want, of course, we would like to decrease the police budget. And that looks like giving the money to youth jobs with adequate wages. You can't tell somebody who's just formerly been incarcerated to go attend and have a job that's not even gonna get them an hourly wage that's right for them to take care of their families. We all know that Boston is expensive. In terms of education, we need to align our priorities. Towns like Mattapan have been left behind and disregarded. The city had $72 million for overtime, but can Mattapan get a public high school before we can continue to fund the police? Lastly, we also need mental health crisis support. Anyone who agrees in continuing to fund an institution founded in commodifying Black and brown lives is an embarrassment to their ancestors who look like me. I'm not speaking for Ed Flynn. Where was the police when many women have been sexually assaulted? Many, like myself, have been diagnosed with PTSD, which we both do share, and I made that a commonality between you and I, Ed Flynn. Both of us share PTSD. With the lack of resources for me being in my environment, and police are never there to prevent that harm. Police usually intensify regular situations. Every time we fund the police, it equals up to every time mass incarceration continues. You all need to be with the people. Police will always back the blue, but they will never back Black and brown communities. Communities like mine dealing with housing crises and lack of school funding. And we, of course, need to cut and cap overtime. The Boston Police Department routinely responds to nonviolent calls for service involving mental health, homelessness, and substance use, which are matters beyond the scope of law enforcement function and would be better served by public health response systems. Hence, we should continue to fund mental health initiatives in our community. The city of Boston needs to defund the police because the mechanisms the BPD uses to keep neighborhoods and citizens safe do more harm than good. For Black and POC communities, law enforcement represents a legacy of reinforced inequity. Policing is a form of systemic violence. The continuance of racially biased policing means that police are not equipped to properly protect the population. At this point, reform is not enough. Pouring more money into a training, oversight boards, body cams, etc., solely legitimize a broken system that can be traced back to slave patrols. We do not need incremental reform, we need drastic changes. You do not need to rely on an outdated, inherently racist system solely based because it is already in existence. Place trust in community leaders to assist in imagining and creating a police-free future. Overall, we need to defund the police because we need to focus on healing and uplifting our community, not policing it. The only way to create an equal Boston is to first start with an equitable one. Thank you.
Thank you, Nakia. Yes, Councilor Flynn?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I'm being attacked here.
I'm not attacking you. I'm solely just a black woman.
Excuse me, don't, please.
I didn't understand, I'll be honest with you, I didn't understand all your points that you made about me, but I know other people testifying have been very critical of me, and I feel like I'm being under attack here. I didn't understand your comments that you referenced about me, and I'm not sure why you're singling me out. What I like to do when I go to meetings is to be honest and to be as direct as I can, and those are my opinions. And if people don't like my opinions, I'm on the ballot next year. People have the right to vote me out. I'm fine with that. But I say exactly what I believe in. So I'm just not sure why you're directing your negative comments towards me. I don't know what I've done to many people here that you're subjecting me to a lot of this harsh criticism.
Are you asking me a question?
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. We don't usually go back and forth with public testimony. And I do also want to say for my council colleagues, part of public testimony obviously is that sometimes folks do criticize colleagues, but I want to make sure that everyone in the public gets to say what they want to say, and as long as we follow the FCC rules, then it's sort of like, I'm providing a platform for everybody to say what.
You told us to hold you accountable, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Nikia. I'm going next to Sarah Dillon Brewer, and then Anne Marie Grant on the virtual, and then we'll be back to Annie Thatch and Stacy Huang. Do we have Sarah Dillon? All right, there we go. Perfect.
Are you ready?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I do want to start by thanking those responsible for this hearing today and for opening this process up to public input. My name is Sarah Dillon Brewer. I am not a major contributor to anyone's campaign, unlike the Patrolmen's Union, but I'm a member of the public. I'm a resident of West Roxbury, and I'm a voter. And I have to say that I was taken aback by the hostility toward the public that the head of the Patrolmen's Union showed today, and also earlier. It really astonishing to me. But I heard him loud and clear that in his opinion, police officers have zero time for their families and are stretched to their utmost limit in what they're doing. So I say, let's relieve them and provide more time for them by taking off of their plate something that civilians can do. And there are a lot of things like that, and one of them is construction and other details. With civilian details, we can actually staff all construction sites and other places in need of more public safety. Police are definitely not the only public safety resource. We have other first responders, and we have the public. We have so many talents and gifts and so much positive energy in this community and raw talent. And we can do this. And this is the time. This is the time while the contract talks are going on and before we have to say it's all set in stone because of the contract. This is important to me as a cyclist and also as a wheelchair user. I am often not very visible in traffic, and often I feel like my life is at risk. My brother was in fact hit by a car while he was on his bicycle, and that indirectly may have led to his death. He barely survived the experience, and my family does not want to bury another one of my generation. I need more and better coverage of these sites than police can or will provide. And I'll also say that good union jobs are really important to the community. They're important to me. One good union job in my family would mean that I wouldn't be fearing homelessness right now, which I am. So I want to thank the city councilors who are listening to and welcoming public input. That matters a lot to us. We will support you. We will do whatever we can to see that you can fulfill this agenda. And also, I want to thank the people who are testifying and receiving a lot of blowback even during the hearing, which again astonishes me. I hope that we can continue this process in an open, transparent, and publicly accountable way. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Sarah. Anne Marie Grant, and then it'll be Annie Thatch and Stacy Hoang, and then Jeff Gang. Anne Marie?
Anne Marie Grant for the record. Policing people is never the solution, nor does it reduce crime. We do not need more police. We need meaningful community programs and resources that are well funded well like the police are. So we are actually helping people. The blanket statements that we need more policing, crime has gone up, trying to instill fear in the public, all without published data, that more police will be the solution to fixing these issues. Union contracts in the past have made it close to impossible to fire a problem police officer. Keeping bad officers puts the safety of the public at risk. The public's safety is first and foremost. I am not sure how an elected official can sign a union contract that compromises the safety of the public. Problem officers need to be addressed, and the city needs to retain the right to fire them. When police-involved shootings happen, officers need to be interviewed within 72 hours of the incident. Also, the contract should clearly state that the officer agrees not to meet or talk with other involved officers before their recorded witness statements. The officers who executed Justin Root February 7th, 2020, were interviewed 5 days after killing him. That is unacceptable. Several of those officers also met together before giving their statements. This is collusion, and we need a union contract that will ensure that this does not happen, and if it does, that there will be repercussions and consequences for not adhering to these requirements. For example, this could lead to rightful termination of said officer. Disciplining a police officer should not be hindered by the union contract. OPAT and POST have been watered down by being heavily governed by law enforcement. This is not impartial nor the spirit of the original intention of police reform objectives. The union contract needs to address officers' compliance with wearing and pressing record on their body-worn cameras. Failure to adhere to the policy should be grounds for termination. The contract should also address internal affairs reviews and investigate all fatal shootings to ensure officers follow the rules and regulations of the Boston Police Department. Far too often when an officer breaks the rules and regulations of the department, there's little to no consequence. If any BPD officer violates CM 10-007, which essentially is a truthfulness policy, the union contract needs to allow the City of Boston and the Boston Police to have the right to terminate an officer who is not truthful in their statements. It should allow and permit the filing of anonymous complaints. The department must investigate complaints filed by members of the public and other sworn officers, including anonymous and unsworn complaints. It needs to include agreeing to an impartial, independent investigation in fatal force incidents. It needs to make sure personnel records related to complaints that resulted in termination or resignation of an officer shall be maintained forever in their personnel files. If any complaint resulted in a suspension or demotion, it may be destroyed after 10 years unless there are similar complaints filed during that period. Records of a suspension or any allegations of sexual misconduct, domestic violence, and excessive use of force shall be maintained forever. Contracts should make it clear that the composition of the disciplinary hearings will not be made up of law enforcement personnel. Within this, it should clearly address which violations are subject to a hearing board. Add provisions that prohibit the accused officer from selecting members of their disciplinary board or to strike members of the board and require members of the public must be permitted to sit on these hearing boards to ensure impartiality and transparency. It's important that police are not working too much overtime. They can carry guns. They should all be well rested. And, you know, for the members who believe they shouldn't be involved in union contracts, I'll just remind you, these are the only employees who can kill without consequence that have a contract with the union. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Next up, Annie Thatch, Stacy Huang, Jeff Gang, Taj Woods, and then I get to the next page. Okay, Annie?
Before I'm timed and before I officially give the testimony, I wanted to say thank you for the counselors for still being here. To Counselor Kendra, I was rooting for you for your run for District 6 from District 3, and I'm like happy to see you here. And I also want to address what Counselor Flynn said earlier. I'm concerned that we don't have enough city councilors that have the courage to share opinions on public matters. I'm also concerned that you said that you weren't doing your job earlier in taking care of people. I respectfully suggest that you consider looking for a job that you are capable of doing. You said that the budget of the police department is going up, but you also said that there's also more crimes. I think the reason you should solve that puzzle. Okay, now I'm gonna introduce myself. Okay, yeah, my name's Annie with a Y, and I emphasize the Y because it emphasizes the lines of questions that often occupy my headspace, which is like, why are we like this? Why are we always in a crisis? Why do we rush the most important conversations and discussions that barely consider the voices, presence, and humanity of people who need to be regarded the most? Which is why I also like to introduce the statements of those that cannot physically be here, along with myself. I am a Dorchester resident, artist in the community, and an educator, often in spaces with caregivers in different capacities and space that hold space for our youth, the heartbeats of our society. The requests that I put forward are very simple and clear. One, to decrease the police budget, save money for care and for people to make decisions of where the public money goes, and for spaces for people just to be. The second request is to cut and cap overtime for police officers in training. Time needs to be given to community members to build them up rather than separating them into pods of fear and silence. The third request is to civilianize police details, letting people know explicitly how you are taking care of them, what power, what safety is, because it's clearly clouded by the fears that uphold people in positions of power that hesitate to share opinions on public matters. The most common argument in support of police is they protect and service, they keep us safe. They are who we resort to in emergencies. Now I want you to consider a world where police officers aren't present and replace them with non-militant bodies that choose to prioritize listening and reasoning before violating personal spaces. When asked in a virtual public forum, what comes to mind when people hear safety, they associate it with breaking bread, comfort, warmth, stability, capacity to check in, consent that is mutual, presence, communication, peace, protection, and not fear. Police instill fear in the community. And when it comes to asking them what they think of when they think of emergency, they say anxious, worst case scenario, fight or flight, interpersonal and systematic abuse, lack of accessibility to resources, heightened awareness, emergent strategy, quick run, evacuation. And when it comes to care, I'm just gonna make like two really quick points. So when it comes to care, people that show up for your livelihood, softness, specific aid, love with boundaries, and experiencing all emotions. So instead of the city investing money for more police overtime, money could be reallocated to fund caregivers, moderators, housing, mental health services, and farms. Time for money for people who educate, mentor, and provide workshops, resources, materials, something to be physically built on, youth programs and workshops, nutritious foods, a space for people to convene, learn, and commune. The theme that lay in all of these answers is reduced anxiety, mental clarity, and conditions that encourage people to be creative. Officers do not understand boundaries and how to approach crisis, rushing into emergency situations without the proper tools. Why continue pouring money into people who aren't meeting the needs of the public? We don't need more fear instilled. We need community members to be educated, empowered, and provided with care. Police does not do that, and that is my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anne. Stacy Hong, then Jeff Gang, then Tej Woods, and then Christian from YJPU.
She had to leave, so we can.
Was that Christian did, or Stacy? Christian's here. Okay, so Stacy had to leave. So is Jeff here? Jeff? No. Tej? No. Okay, then we're straight to Christian, and then after Christian it will be Ella, and then Daniel, and then Elise. Christian, you have the floor.
My name is Christian, and my demand is to end the police monopoly on details. I think there is no point in having cops there because civilians can do the job instead. It can also be a new job opportunity. It can also be better because in 2019, they turned down 42% of details. If most of the details are turned down, the workers at the construction site get less hours and the company loses more time. We don't need more cops, we need civilians that can do the work.
Thank you, Christian. Ella, is Ella here? Sorry. You're Tej. Okay, yeah. So, Ella go, and then we'll go to Tej. Great.
Yeah, I'm reading this for Ella, who couldn't make it today. So, hello, my name is Ella. I am 14 years old and a resident of Dorchester. I think the police contract should be defunded because of construction detailing. I say this because citizens should be able to partake in these jobs because of the small percentage of police taking these opportunities to fulfill these jobs and also not doing these jobs completely. These jobs require police to redirect traffic, and half the time, whenever I see construction being done, police workers are either on their phone being distracted or not there, leaving construction workers to redirect traffic themselves. Citizens should be able to do these jobs because we need more people we can trust, and also this would increase the financial spot families are in. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tej, and then after Tej, we'll go to Daniel, and then Elise, and then Carmelo. Tej, you have the floor.
How we doing? Can y'all hear me with my mask on?
Yes.
Good? All right, cool. Good afternoon. I came here today to urge you to decrease the BPD budget and redirect those funds into community-based organizations, education, transportation, and quality of life improvements for the citizens of Boston. As someone who spent the last 12 years growing up in Boston and attending Boston Public Schools, I've been witness firsthand to just how poorly of an effect BPD has not only on the adults of the city, but on the youth and their experience growing up constantly being under surveillance. I've also been witness as someone who spent a large portion of those 12 years living directly on Washington Street in Rosendale, a main road, just how much time is wasted by these officers and how much of an obstruction they create for the sole purpose of chit-chatting. Watching a small fender bender that can be easily taken care of by the people be turned into an entire traffic block on a main road because every single cop car that passes by decides to stop and ask what happened or stand around talking to their buddy with their hands in their pocket, not directing traffic, not checking to see if people are okay, and overall not being civil servants that they're supposed to be is extremely infuriating. The same cops that have been bothering me and people that I know all throughout middle and high school that have been surveilling us and harassing us solely because of the color of our skin is infuriating. The people, and more specifically the children of the city, need better and we deserve better. The black and brown people of the city shouldn't feel constant unease because there's a cop at every corner, even when they've done nothing wrong. The black and brown children of the city deserve to be able to go to school and not be scared because there's a cop with a gun or a taser on school grounds. According to Penn today, cleaning up vacant lots in Philly leads to a 26% reduction in gun violence. According to Science Direct, helping people who are experiencing economic uncertainty reduces the arrests for violent crimes by 51%. That's crazy, isn't it, Mr. Flynn? In an article by the city, cops from Brownsville's 73rd Precinct withdrew from their post for a 5-day stretch and were replaced with violence interpreters, crisis management groups that watched over the 2-block zone. In the time span of this experiment, they only had one 911 call that was made accidentally by a distressed bus driver. Although the sample size is small, the results speak for themselves. Now tell me, Mr. Flynn, the numbers tell us time and time again that investing in our communities rather than the police will show a lower rate of crime. At what point will we stop this overspending on police and start making the city a better place for all of us to live, not just the police?
Thank you, thank you. All right, Daniel, then Elise, Carmelo, George, and then we'll go to Cynthia, who's online. Daniel?
Hi, my name is Danny. I'm 14 and I'm a freshman at BLA. Before I continue, I would like to point out how unfair what happened a few moments ago was. The head of the BPPA had a breakdown a few weeks ago. He had an immature outburst and went way past the 2-minute limit. He spoke over everyone else and was screaming in this space. Fast forward to today. You handled his stupid behavior with increasing the time limit and allowing him to speak for 5 minutes, meanwhile limiting the rest of us for only 2. Continuing, our group demands that the police monopoly on construction details end. The mean base salary for a cop is about $86,000. The average police cop who works police details is making $172,000 annually. When 116,000 people live below the poverty line, a cop should not be getting paid a double salary. Wait, a cop should not be getting paid another salary when it's something that the community can do. In 2019, only 42% of the detail jobs were taken. Police don't even care about construction details. It's pure greed to try and fight for it now that we're trying to civilianize it. Cops are incentivized through 1, their initial base pay, 2, detail pay, and 3, overtime pay. According to one of the organizations we're working with, Families for Justice at Ceiling, by civilianizing police details, 475 full-time employees could be created. The median salary under this job would be $68,000 plus good benefits. $68,000 is the type of life-changing money that could help stabilize the overwhelming amount of people struggling in poverty in the city. Ms. Sarah Dillon talking briefly about how close she is to homelessness is really upsetting, and the monopoly on construction details.
Thank you, Daniel. Elise, then Carmelo, then George, then Cynthia. Elise?
Hi, I am Elise, and I live in Boston, Dorchester. And I work at the city school, Pathways to Change. I demand to see people who aren't police officers work construction details. Whenever I walk by and police are present, I feel the need to look less suspicious because having cops around doesn't feel safe. I don't think cops in this position are necessary because cops harass people, sleep, socialize, and are even absent on the job. But instead, I would love to see a familiar face and someone around who doesn't make others feel unsafe. And that person can use that $70K salary to put food on their table, support themselves and their families. I know people who I love and people who I walk by often struggling and can definitely use this position. But construction details jobs were given to cops who already have a house, food on their table, and so much more. So why withhold these positions?
Thank you, Elise. Carmelo, then George, then Cynthia, then I've got Hussein, and then Kyra. Carmelo?
Hello, my name is Carmelo Howe. I work with YJPU as well. Go to school at Boston, go to Leo Bryant. And I would start with my testimony, but I feel like it's very important to bring out how even after the disaster of last hearing, Calderon was still allowed to go around 5 minutes long, which was a little bit, I don't know, it's just weird to me that after he hijacked the last one, you still gave him extra time. You can't hear me?
I think you might have to lean closer. We can get the mask if you lean closer, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Would you like me to restart, or did you hear anything? Okay. My name is Carmelo Howe. I'm a member of YJPU as well, and I go to school at Leo Bryant in Roxbury, yeah. And I would start my testimony, but I think it's very important to point out how Calderon was once again given 5 minutes, got to go long after he hijacked the last hearing as well, and I just think it's a little bit crazy to me. I would also like to point out how he said that we would come in, hear our people, and then leave. Where when all the police officers, I don't really see all the police officers anymore. They came for Calderon's testimony and left. Well, we're all still here, waiting out the hearing. I would start my testimony if I had it up, but I don't. I don't care if I'm already on the time, so it's whatever to me. All right. My name is Carmelo Howe. I live in District 7. I'm calling on the mayor and the city council to fight for a police contract that emphasizes putting resources and jobs into the Black and brown communities in order to reverse years of underinvestment in community needs and racially unjust policing. The mayor and some city councilors have said for years that the police contract must change in order to move responsibilities and funding from the police department into community programs. It's time for elected officials to follow through on their promises and win meaningful changes in their contracts. The top 5 priorities for the contract are to end the police monopoly on details, cut and cap overtime, and decrease the police budget so that we can invest in communities. I'd like to focus on how the police have consistently gone over their overtime budget year after year. If the police overtime budget in the fiscal year of 2020 was supposed to be $60.8 million, why were they able to spend $74.69 million? And in fiscal year 2021, they spent $68.2 million instead of the $48.8 million that was allocated to them. Why should they be able to consistently go over their overtime budget without any consequences? I believe that we should hard cap and cut overtime and reinvest the money into our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmelo. George, then we'll go to Cynthia, and then Hussein, Kyra, Ariana. George Lee?
Hello. My name is George Lee. I'm an organizer with Youth Justice and Power Union, and you've heard the priorities from our groups today, and we're glad that in some ways they match up with Mayor Wu's contract for blueprint for contract reform. Mayor Wu has said she also wants to decrease costs, and we want to make sure that it really does decrease costs in the whole budget, and making sure that the contract doesn't just have big loopholes where we decrease a little bit of cost here, but then we end up adding a whole bunch of costs somewhere else. Because that could reverse our wins. Like, it's progress that we've decreased the budget from 414 to 395 million, but if this contract just brings it back up, then that reverses the hard work from the last years. And especially looking to her leadership and to the council's leadership to hold the line. And y'all have a really important role with your vote. As y'all know, sometimes we've disagreed with some of y'all's votes before. Sometimes y'all have really been champions, and we really hope this time folks will consistently support us, especially because arbitration can often be friendly to the police, and so the city council's vote is crucial. Mayor Wu also believes in removing traffic enforcement and social services from the police department, so hopefully we can really get some big wins on the civilian details everyone's talked about. And Mayor Wu has talked about needing to rein in overtime costs, as well as public accountability and transparency. And as part of that transparency, we need to know information about the contract to understand if these changes are really happening. For example, for overtime, Councilor Bach referred before to the charter language of overtime, that you can spend more on it than budgeted if there's, quote, an extreme emergency involving the health or safety of the people or their property. All other employees are limited to 10% of their salary in overtime. So what can we do? We need to, Fatima and folks said before, we shouldn't need to be the legal experts. We need to be able to hear from the mayor and the city what in the contract could be changed, what's the legal analysis around how overtime can be capped, how overtime can be brought into compliance with those laws about caps, and how to make sure that we can rein in that budget that's already, the overtime budget alone is bigger than the housing budget, it's bigger than the youth jobs budget, it's bigger than the community centers budget. We also need information about how much are police officers getting paid for work that they don't even do, because a lot of the hours, because of the contract rules, they're getting paid for it, but they're not even actually doing those hours. Also need information on what these banks of overtime are, the districts and special units. They basically get assigned a piggy bank of overtime hours that they get to give out when so it's not just like an emergency, like, oh, we needed to work an extra shift now. They actually plan out ahead of time how much overtime they can give. We also need to make sure we get information if there's any scams going on with comp time, because a lot of times what will happen is officer will work overtime, get comp time, take that time off. Now there's an empty shift. The officer's buddy will fill that shift, get overtime, then they get comp time, and then they take it off, and just a cycle where you're just racking up overtime pay. And so getting information on how much comp time and overtime is happening. Thank you very much, and again, hope that both the mayor and the city council really support community demands on this contract.
Thank you, George. I'm going to Cynthia online, and then it will be Hussein, Kyra, Ariana, Teresa, Ian, Joao, and Damien. Just so you know, that's the whole list I've got. If you think you're signed up and you didn't hear me say your name, then make sure to sign up, and we'll have to spend one more time over to the sheet, but that's everybody I've got. Okay, Cynthia, do we have Cynthia ready?
Okay, hello?
Yes, we can hear and see you, Cynthia. You have the floor.
Okay, cool, thank you. So my name is Cynthia Pages. I've been a resident of Boston for all of my life. I've been an organizer for the last 8 years, just as many people who have been here today. And I have 3 things to say. The first thing is that what Larry Calderon said earlier was that Boston is the safest city in the country. And what I want to add to that is, what does the safest city in the country mean in the most racist city in the nation? What it means is that for white people, it may feel like the most safest, but in fact, this city is exponentially more dangerous for Black residents and other people of color. The second thing I want to say is that the police department has created and continues to create, through insidious and secret planning, an occupational monopoly. What does that mean? That means that people are getting funneled into, with very limited options, having to debate which occupations are going to actually pay for their survival. And it is no secret that Boston police officers are one of the most highly paid occupations in the city and for the nation too. For that to be an incentive for people to go into the occupation, for money to be the reason why people are going into this occupation, it really does create a system and a culture of danger. There's no seeing people as human. And this monopoly is forcing the economy and people to leave occupations that do serve our population. What we need are real teachers. What we need are real youth jobs. What we need are jobs that not only help us as young people, but support us through our adulthood and continue diverse careers that support our economy. The third thing I want to say is that the aggression that Larry Calderon displayed earlier is the exact example that we needed on camera and on film about how the police treat civilians on the street. He treated us like that in this filmed space. That's exactly how they treat us, and worse when we're on the streets and nobody else can see us and nobody else but us can advocate for what's going on. In addition, the last thing I want to say is that his behavior is also an example of how insidious the occupation makes people who are police officers and advocates and in that culture. The occupation itself has absorbed the legacy of slavery, has absorbed the legacy of seeing humans, other humans, not as equals, not as deserving of dignity. And we cannot continue to funnel all of the city resources, $400+ million into funding that. What we need is to funnel all of that money into the other things that support our lives. I can ask anyone in the city of Boston, what do you need? Food, housing, and things to pay, and money. And what is there a lack of? There's a lack of support for people to get food. There's a lack of affordable housing, and there's a lack of diverse jobs. And that's what I'm gonna say. That's my time.
Thank you, Cynthia. Hussein, and then Kyra, Ariana, Teresa. Is Hussein here? No? Kyra? You have the floor.
Hi, my name is Kyra Nunez. I live in District 7, and I'm a part of the Youth Justice and Power Union. In this new contract, we need to cut and cap police overtime and civilianize police detailing. By letting our community do detailing, it would strengthen it. One, by helping our people in the community who are struggling to pay their bills and who cannot find jobs. Two, it would make the community feel that much safer, knowing that our neighbors are watching out for us while we're walking around our neighborhood and crossing the streets. Also, by giving our community members these jobs, it would also help cut down the police overtime.
Thank you, Kyra. Ariana, Teresa, then Ian, then Joao, then Damien. Ariana?
Hello, my name is Ariana Brown. I'm a part of the Youth Justice and Power Union. In the new contract, I want my community to have the opportunity to have police detailing as an option for citizens. So many people are struggling to put food on the table, not just only for themselves, but for their children. Detailing would help so many civilians and their families. It's time to do right by my people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. Just reminding folks to try to keep the affirmation sounds down, although I know why they come. Teresa, and then Ian and Joao and Damien. Teresa?
So I live near Mattapian, so I take the 28 to school every day, and for the past few years, I've noticed many construction sites, and rarely do I ever see police officers. When I do see them, they're either yelling and screaming at drivers or laughing and chatting it up with their coworkers while the construction workers direct traffic. From my experience, I would have never guessed that police officers were required to handle construction details. The highest paying person in Boston is a police officer. Police officers get paid up to $200,000 in overtime pay, in addition to base pay. And some of that is included in handling construction details, which they have chosen to be negligent with. That pay could be life-changing to civilians who live in low-income areas and need the money to feed their children and afford to live in Boston, where everything is getting more and more expensive. I've seen the harrowing and ghastly effect of poverty on people in my community firsthand. Reducing the Boston police budget is extremely beneficial to communities in Boston, especially low-income, majority Black and brown communities with little to no job opportunities. This also allows the city to use that money on other things like housing and public school education. I go to a public school and we were served expired cheese sticks. We didn't have any AC until this year, and during last year, people passed out from the heat. So the extra money coming from reducing the police's budget and police overtime budget can be used to improve life in many Boston communities and is more advantageous. It's better than the very obvious patterns of over-policing and criminalizing of those same low-income communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, just to remember, all right, Teresa, Ian, Joao, Damien. Teresa? Do we have a Teresa?
That was Teresa.
Oh, that was Teresa. I'm off by one. Sorry, Ariana wasn't here. Okay. Ian? Do we have an Ian? Ian Powell? Okay, Ian Powell may have had to leave. Okay. Joao Paulo. Sorry, trying to read the last name. Joao Powell. Yes, go ahead. You have the floor.
Hello. Hi, my name is João Paulo Peçanha Ferreira. I am a longtime East Boston resident and current educator right now living in Dorchester. Growing up in East Boston, there's been a lot of changes since when I was a kid. Everywhere you look, there are new condos and few affordable spaces. So when I found out that Mayor Walsh's administration had approved a $29.9 million contract to foresee the construction of a new East Boston police headquarters, I was furious. With East Boston families forced to move out of their homes, where was the city? With unstable housing and houseless people living on the street, where was the city? The BPD funding is a big waste of money, in my opinion. Arming people that do traffic violations for the majority of their job and who now want to increase their responsibilities by doing construction details is a joke. We're talking about armed hall monitors. We need to decrease the police budget, cut and cap police overtime, and civilianize police details. The Wu administration is expected to fulfill their promise by reallocating the bulk of these $400 million. The promise that she made when going through with her campaign in mayor and speaking as her voters. I also want to shed light on the tragedies of people that fell to the hands of BPD officers, including Dante Wright, Terrence Coleman, and Burrell Ramsey White, someone who was mentioned earlier today as well. The city needs to do more for people that are affected at the hands of police violence and brutality. And even though some cops may mean well, the BPD culture and system are obsolete. They serve no purpose for the future, and they are definitely not our future for public safety. We need to reallocate these funds to actually prevent crime. The BPD doesn't prevent crime. They're reactionary. They respond to when crime happens afterwards. And a lot of the time, they don't even solve those crimes too. There's a lot of unsolved homicides, sexual assault cases as well. A lot of things that that really question whether or not we can truly trust in the BPD to help our civilians. And so what I'm asking everyone here today is that we try new methods to keep our community safe. Why would we keep doing the same things that are consistently for decades and decades, just like the people before me have talked about today? Why would we keep doing the same things that we've been trying? Why don't we try things that are new? Why don't we reallocate funds, try alternative methods, actually try to, humanize the people that are, at the hands of these conflicts, that they have a future as well. They are not people that you can discard to the side or throw in a jail and forget about them. These are people in our communities. These are friends, family. Regardless, these are humans. So what I'm asking today is that the BPD fund be reallocated again, decrease the police budget, cut and cap police overtime, civilianize police details, and try new methods in order to restore justice and heal our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Joao. Damian Spencer, and like I said, that's the last sign up I have, so I'll have central staff check one more time, but then we'll be wrapping up. Damian?
Give me a second. Before I do start my testimony, I'd like to apologize for seeming distracted most of the time. I spent up there on my phone, was usually just spent obsessing over my notes. But what I do want to say is there's one thing that I can definitely say confidently about this, and it's that a lot of the points I'm going to make have been made much more eloquently by a lot of the people before me. But the police receiving some of the largest budget in the city is very undeserved because 9 times out of 10, they completely fail to uphold the very functions of society that they're meant to. I personally believe that the efforts made by police to usually stop problems or to protect and serve are often very counterintuitive, and if I had the choice, I would definitely have them replaced by professionals that are legitimately trained to do more than just point and pull triggers. To be completely honest, you could probably order a pizza and it'd be there sooner than the police would at a crime scene, to be completely fair. And I would also like to say that, a lot of the things, or a lot of the people that police are usually detaining are, actually, I forgot what I was going to say here, but pretend I said something very, very insightful. I would like to say that modern police are usually around to sort of establish fear and maintain inequality. And as said by, I forget who earlier, but the propaganda usually showing police as heroes or very gallant, brave people on TV is it's a very inaccurate representation. And there was a lot more I was going to say, but I did not organize my notes very well. And so this took me a lot less time than I thought it would. So I think that's all I have to say for now. And all I probably will be saying if I can't really get anything else in order, but
Thank you, Damian. Thank you. All right, and with that, we've reached the end of public testimony, and it's also 6:48, so we've been at this for 4 hours. So I want to thank everybody who testified in the public. I want to thank all of my colleagues for attending and for comments and for listening to the public. I want to thank the administration for appearing earlier, the BPPA for testifying, and of course our advocacy panel. This is obviously going to go on being an active issue. The council is going to stay as engaged as we possibly can within the parameters of the contract rules, and I know that we'll be doing more on this in the new year. So with that, this hearing of the Boston City Council's Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology is adjourned. Thank you all.